Test, test. Okay, thank you. So what happens when you come late to class? I'm trying to think. Do you have to stay after? Oh, how many times? All right. You have to clean the erasers. Yeah. All right, well, welcome, Commission. I want to call this regular business meeting of the Kalamazoo City Commission for Monday, April 18th, to order. And our first order of business. You okay, Commissioner Decker? All right. Is the calling of the roll. Clerk Borling.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Hess.
Here.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Present.
Commissioner Juarez.
Here.
Commissioner Pradel.
Present.
Vice Mayor Cooney.
Present.
Mayor Anderson.
Here. Thank you very much, Clerk Borling. I appreciate it. So we are honored this evening because for our opening ceremony, we have Bishop Daniel Cunningham here to provide invocation. Thank you for taking time to do that. I'm going to ask you to please rise for the invocation and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor, City Manager. Appreciate the opportunity to be here to represent our city. Let's go before the Lord at this time. Father, we just thank you for another day, another opportunity for us to make decisions that's going to transform our community, Lord. We thank you for your wisdom and sensitivity upon this group of leaders, and we speak your direction, Lord. Father, we even speak right now that we bridge together our city, our commission, our county, Lord, and we thank you for the courage that each and of these leaders have to make the right decision for equity, equality, for all in Kalamazoo, to be a beacon of light for this city and to be a set of hill for others to see. Father, I pray right now that we don't just build this city with bricks, mortar, or systems, but with your heart. I speak your choicest blessing upon each of our commissioners and their family. In your Son's name, in Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you again, Bishop Cunningham. I appreciate you blessing up with your presence and words here tonight. I know that we had a proclamation on our agenda this evening, but I believe the official proclamation will occur at a later date. Commissioner Hess, do you know what date that is? I'm sorry?
Yes, the date is April 30th at the Kalamazoo Nature Center. The proclamation is for the life and work of Dr. Tom Small.
Thank you very much. So we will be moving past that. That's April 30th at the Nature Center when the city proclamation will be delivered. So commissioners, you have before you the agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any changes you would like to see? Commissioner Decker?
Yes, I would like to remove item number 8 from the consent agenda.
Okay, so G8
Yes.
moves to the regular agenda. Any other changes, commissioners? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to move any item from the consent agenda to the regular agenda? Seeing no one at this time?
Is it?
All right. Item 10, moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda. Thank you. Okay. Next, is Communications, Manager Ritzman.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Just under communications today, I did have the opportunity to be at the memorial for Officer Eric Zapata. 11 years ago today, he lost his life in line of service. So just remembering the Zapata family and all of our public safety family, as I know that affects them all when one of them lose their life in service. So appreciate all of the work they do. And that concludes my communications.
Thank you, Manager Ritzman. I appreciate that very much. So next is our opportunity for general public comments. I'm going to start off here with just some reminding people about the phone number. So speakers in the chambers or on the phone will have 3 minutes for their comments. We ask for people to provide their name and whether they live in the city. And we will start with comments from folks that are here in the chamber. But this is an opportunity to call in with comments. And I want to remind people who do call in, if you have a comment for a public hearing, now is the time, if you're calling in, to provide that comment as well. So the number is 888-382-9556. You can call that number now through the end of public comment period. And is anyone here in the chambers who wants to address the City Commission, please come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Tina McClinton. I live on Lake Street and have owned my home for 38 years. I live in the Southtown neighborhood, the neighborhood that was formed by the city February 15th of 2015, but we are yet to get the City Commission or the Planning Commission to recognize our neighborhood so we can submit our neighborhood plan. And our neighborhood top priority is to upgrade the infrastructure, not the water lines, the storm drains, the sewer lines, in the streets and the sanitary sewers. For when we flood, your storm drains flood the streets and then back up the sewers and the sanitary sewers. And this has been happening ever since 2017, 2 to 3 times a year. Every year, this all backs up in our homes, streets, and in Southtown neighborhood. Also in our neighborhood plan, we have it to save our last natural green space, Lake to Stockbridge, for it is 60% wetlands, 40% floodplain, and has its own natural watershed that helps us with flooding. When no one else in the city does anything for us except road closed signs, this last green space has lots of wildlife. But this green space is the wildlife's last home, in our last piece of country left in our neighborhood. So my question is, again, the same question I have been asking for 6 years, and still never got any answers or any address about this from the board, City Commission, Planning Commission. When are you going to fix the failing storm drains and sewers and sanitary sewers in Southtown neighborhood, which is Lake, Stockbridge, Burdick, John, Crosstown, Walter, Vine, so on and so on. When will the city actually answer my question? This issue with the flooding traps us in our neighborhood for days, sometimes 2 to 3 days, sometimes 4 to 5, and it costs us a lot of money. And we are a poor neighborhood. We can't afford to keep putting in furnaces every 4 years, water heaters every 4 years, fix the holes that the flooding puts in our basement walls, because it comes up through our storm drains in our basement every time we flood. And it's not a cheap thing to fix. So my question is, when are you going to put it in your budget to fix this problem? We are trapped. My whole neighborhood is underwater. I don't have water in front of my house because I have this little green space. My few little neighbors don't have water in front of their house because they have this little green space. But that's all we have. We're trapped. We can't get out anyway whatsoever. And anytime you build up higher than our homes, like KBCC growing field, and it floods us out even more. Water.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking the time out today. I'm commenting on the graphic packaging package. I have two people, Mayor Anderson and Mayor Cooney, who was here, which I love not having term limits, back when we were putting in the business park out on the west side of town. I told them then, when I was a young kid, that if you were to put that in my neighborhood, they would just put things up there and just go with it. And that's exactly what happened. Graphic packaging came in, they gave us career and job opportunities, but they also put a 6-story press in the back of my yard. Not only that, now I get to see a sub-plant or a sub-power plant that has a light that is bright as the moon without any coverage blaring in the back of my yard because there's not a house there anymore to block it. Now they come across and say they want to give me crumbs after being in my community for almost 52 years, smelling stench, blaming the treatment plant of Kalamazoo, which is a #1 treatment plant. Now all of a sudden, they know it's the plant, they know it's the paper plant, and yet they come to us today and say, here are the crumbs of the millions of dollars we make every day. They're giving us in this package what one of their employees makes in straight time at one of their factories. I am very happy they're in the community, but when you buy a gas station and you find out later that the gas station has leaks in it, you're responsible for those leaks. I don't care what the other people did. Graphic Packaging knew that those issues were sitting in there for years and years once they purchased that property. My neighborhood is a redlined property. It wasn't because we wanted to stay there. Some of our families couldn't move anywhere else in the city of Kalamazoo. And now you're going to give me crumbs as a thank you. I think that's belittling our community. I think Graphic Packaging can come up with a better package. I think that it's time now for them to be really good in the community and do better. I want to thank the commissioners for doing a good job, but I think you need to reject this and have them go back to the table and come back with something a little bit better for our community. We are a strong community. We are a poor and mixed-use working class community, and we deserve better. We deserve better than what Graphics is giving us. There are people in that back community that died because of blowing caustic things in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Just a few points on the Graphic Packaging Collective Bargaining Agreement, or sorry, CBA, Community Benefits Agreement. So the reality of this is that Graphic Packaging is attempting to hold the city hostage for more tax breaks, because if we give them tax breaks, they throw some money back to the city. And that's what they say. We need to keep giving them tax breaks so they can keep funding projects. So what do we get out of this? Well, GPI is going to do a recruitment drive so they can hire more employees, the best employees they can get. That's not helping the community, that's helping Graphic Packaging. We get an undefined amount of help to repair a parking lot that they call a multi-use site. We get a contracted public relations person for Graphic Packaging. So as they said in the previous meeting, the public hears what they're doing. That doesn't sound like a whole lot of benefit for the community. This was supposedly done with all kinds of public input. We had a hand-selected committee of people from the community. Nothing against the people who were on that hand-selected committee, but that's not public input. That fails the test of any public input program. And then making the argument this is a start. We'll improve on it as we go. It locks it in. It's much harder to change things once they're in place than it is to do it right the first time. And to say that the city can't afford to fund these projects unless we give the money to graphic packaging and then ask them to do it, that's deferring the responsibility of the seats you sit in. It's really hard to understand why we elect people who won't show leadership. I know there's really good people on this commission, and I know that you want to do the right thing. I really ask that you do that. You know this is not right. You know that we can get more. We should get more. Our community deserves more. Please, ask for what we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner?
Hi, I'm Jack Urban, 2300 Portage Street. I wasn't going to address you until I heard the last two speakers. I really want to provide a little bit of balance of thought about this matter dealing with graphic packaging. The stench that's come from that area of town has been there since I moved to Kalamazoo. It's been far worse then than it is now, and some of the companies that were involved have gone out of business, and some have curtailed their operations that generate the kind of BOD that creates that odor. So the resentments have been building for many years, and the comments you just recently heard are the product of those resentments, and that's real. But given what has happened, and given what you have before you, and what's in place already to correct the matter, you can't put the pollution back in the ground or back in the sewer. It's out there. It's been dispersed. All we can, what we're trying to do, what the city is trying to do in cooperation with graphic packaging and their task force, is to find the source of those emissions as they occur in real time and deal with them on a point-by-point basis. This community benefits agreement is the most thorough agreement, most substantive agreement of its kind that I've seen since I've been in public life in Kalamazoo. It may not be everything, but this is a negotiated process that goes on, and each side does the best it can to get something that's meaningful. I hope that you'll approve it, but I will add that I certainly hope that you will monitor the conditions of that community benefits agreement and report on its progress on it annually. I think we have a great opportunity to demonstrate how public-private cooperation can work. We're working not into the past, but into the future. This is an opportunity for everybody to really shine, and I hope you take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Are you ready? Here we go. Benjamin Stanley, 1008 West North Street. I'm not comfortable around Mr. Stanley and his invasive behavior. I'm not free to walk in and around City Hall without the fear that Mr. Stanley will stop me. I had a similar situation in Florida where I worked and I was followed home by an individual. The individual from Florida had known mental health issues and was a threat to myself and others. I feel the same type of harassment from Mr. Stanley. This is why I am trespassed from City Hall. I remind the Director of Human Resources of somebody in Florida who is known to have mental disabilities. Do you want to know how offensive that sounds? I can show you. We just had a Western Michigan University police officer arrested by the county sheriff's department for trying to have inappropriate, intimate relationships with young women underage. I wonder how many professors have had that same situation. It's wrong to talk like that. It's wrong to put the thought in people's minds. It's inappropriate to use your power in that way. It might not technically be libel or slander or whatever legally, but it's wrong. And you shouldn't do that because it affects people. You're not allowed to treat people differently. An officer tried to arrest me for sitting on a park bench in Bronson Park because he said sitting is resting and it's illegal to lie down or rest. Then what is a park bench for? The same officer tried to arrest me. He did. He gave me a citation. Same thing as an arrest. You just don't go to jail. Because my dog was off a leash at a dog park. And so I filed an appeal with the Public Safety Board. That was the only public safety board that didn't have a public comment in the history of public safety boards. Was mine. The only one. While I was running for mayor. It's crazy. It's inappropriate, and it's wrong. And you got to act like grown-ups, or else other people are going to follow your lead. You are the leaders. You got to act like grown-ups, or else people are going to mimic your behavior. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next, please. Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to make a comment this evening? Seeing no one, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain, do we have anybody who's called in?
Mayor, we'll go ahead and check, and just as a reminder, this is opportunity for people to call in for general public comments, and as the mayor mentioned, we're also taking phone-in comments right now for the public hearing, which is item F1, which is the public hearing to receive comments on a resolution adopting a final project plan for water system improvements and identifying James J. Baker, P.E., as the authorized representative to apply for a state of Michigan drinking water revolving fund loan. So we are accepting public call-in comments, and let me check to see if we have any, Mayor. Caller ending in 6344, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, you're live with the City Commission.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Timothy. I was calling to vote no against the CBA. And that I would like for them to try to see if they can relocate us from away from the plant. And that they need to send some medical teams around passing out free inhalers for the whole community. Thank you.
Caller ending in 0898, go ahead with City Commission.
Hi, this is Kyle White, and I'm a resident of Michigan, and I'm calling in my capacity as a resident, but I'm also professionally a professor of environmental justice at the University of Michigan, and I'm a member of the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And in my perspective, having looked at a lot of the details of the case with graphic packaging, I can't figure out any way in which legal and morally speaking, it's acceptable for that facility to be engaging in the types of pollution that it's engaging in. There's no citizen consent, community involvement, participation, a lack of empathy to the voices of people who are suffering. It goes against environmental justice policy, civil rights policy, and so I'm very concerned that somehow this company is being allowed to continue noxious and harmful activities and the people who are suffering are not being listened to, and from what I understand, even feel that they are threatened from speaking aloud. So I really want action to be taken to put a stop to this, because it's embarrassing and humiliating for Michigan. It's embarrassing for the United States, and I just don't understand how people who could do anything to change can just be lacking in concern for their fellow citizens. I appreciate the chance to give comments.
Caller ending in 3519, go ahead with the Kalamazoo City Commission.
Hi, my name's Adrian, and I do not support the pollution and the gassing of the Kalamazoo North Side, and I vote that the citizens of the North Side should be relocated. Thank you.
Caller ending in 2612, go ahead. You're on with the City Commission.
Yes, my name is Brandy Crawford Johnson. I'm a resident that had my family poisoned by Graphic Packaging's toxic leaks and pollution for 8 years. I have severe asthma as a result of the toxic gas leaks. Many of my family members and friends still living in the north side and east side of Kalamazoo are also sick and facing a 14-year death gap. I'm speaking on behalf of all residents who are afraid to speak up for fear they will be targeted, as they have been for many years by the Kalamazoo Police Department. I don't see anything inside the CBA that addresses the health impacts of residents or the ongoing environmental racism. No medical monitoring or offers of relocation are included. I am curious if any commissioners know what environmental racism is and what your plans are to address it like the other cities in the U.S. are doing. Let me educate you. Environmental racism is any policy, practice, or directive that differentially affects or disadvantages, where intended or unintended, individuals, groups, or communities based on their race. Environmental racism refers to how minority group neighborhoods, populated primarily by people of color and members of low socioeconomic backgrounds, are burdened with disproportionate numbers of hazards, including toxic waste facilities, paper mills, and other sources of environmental pollution, and foul odors that lower the quality of life. This can lead to different lung diseases and many cancers. Flint City Council members are currently appealing an air permit in court to stop environmental racism from continuing in their fence-line community. They are against any further economic development that puts human health at risk. They voted 8-0. Kalamazoo commissioners are going along with Mayor Anderson and City Manager Ritzma to allow the environmental racism to continue. Those who accept evil without protesting against it are really cooperating with it. You all have received copies of Dr. Tessier's report saying there's a severe health risk to employees at GPI and residents on the north side and east side. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services health report is still pending. Would you rather give tax breaks to businesses, small businesses, to offer jobs that don't harm human health? I'm confused by the actions and inactions of past and current elected commissioners. Hasn't the city of Kalamazoo said they are focused on being an anti-racist government? Aren't all humans, especially those in political positions, supposed to fight against injustice like environmental racism? You're all very much aware of the pending civil rights complaints against you and Eagle for allowing environmental racism. Graphic Packaging's got 10 violations from the state, and one is from 2017, when the city wastewater plant filed an air complaint with Eagle against Graphic Packaging for toxic waste ashes falling on employee cars. You must vote no on the CBA agreement with Graphic Packaging. Do not.
Caller ending in 9203. Go ahead, you're on with the City Commission.
I think that Graphic Packaging should issue out folks that has this ailment going around, give them money so that they can relocate. My husband just passed away of asthma back in February, and this has been an ongoing thing for years. Hello?
Hi, go ahead. Yes, you're live at the City Commission.
Okay, yes, I was saying that my husband, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, my husband just passed away in February because of the asthma, this toxin that's going on in the air. And I'm not doing too good myself because I have bronchitis and asthma. And I think that graphic packaging should just pass out money so people can relocate to a different place where there's no toxins and all this kind of stuff in the air.
Caller ending in 4508. Go ahead. You're live.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Go ahead. You're live with the City Commission.
I'm trying to tell you, the Adder Refinery pay us for cost of moving and relocation program.
I understand it's down here. Yeah, wait. It's yonder. I don't why they're right there. Remember that. You want me to go? You want to be a part of this 3-man job or not?
Sir, are you still there?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, you're still on with the City Commission.
Yes, I have a trachea throat. I live on 1601. I was calling to tell you about relocation and graphic packaging need to pay us to relocate. Hello?
Okay. Yes, sir. Is that the conclusion of your comment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Caller ending in 1404. Go ahead. You're on with the Kalamazoo City Commission.
Hello?
Hello. Yes, you're live with the Kalamazoo City Commission.
Hi, I'm calling because graphic packaging needs to pay for my relocation. Hello?
Yes, you're live with the City Commission. Go ahead.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we did.
Okay, that's why I'm calling.
Okay. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Caller ending in 5311. You're on with the Kalamazoo City Commission. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Audrey. I'm a resident and mother of 2 in Kalamazoo. I'm asking the commissioners to wholly reject the community benefit agreement that's proposed with Graphic Packaging International due to the lack of data and measurement over time on existing health outcomes. And could you also please respond to Tina McClinton? She's a very much beloved lunchroom manager for Kalamazoo Public Schools, and she deserves a response from the commission. Thank you.
Caller ending in 3580. Go ahead with your comments for the Kalamazoo Commission.
Yes, how you doing today, sir?
Go ahead, you're live.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name is Reginald Dawson. I was calling about the graphic and packaging relocation program.
Yes, go ahead with your comments.
Yeah, I stay on 1602 Grove Street. I'm looking for a relocation. I heard about the airbed polluted. And it's the same school going on, and I'm trying to get relocated because I've been receiving bad asthma problems for some time now since I've been here. I have been staying on Rush House for the last 4 years. And my asthma, I didn't have asthma growing up, but over the years, for better Kalamazoo, I started taking a breathing machine, asthma pump, and thanks to the blog and a memo on Facebook and on Google News, saying that you should apply by calling this number here, and that's what I did, sir. Hello?
Yes, sir, we got your comments. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Caller ending in 6773. Go ahead with your comments. You're with the Kalamazoo City Commission.
Yes, my name is Deanne Winfield, and I would like money for relocation by graphic packaging.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I believe that was the last call and comments.
Thank you very much for managing that, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain. I appreciate that. Next on our agenda is public hearings. It's item F. I'd now like to open a public hearing to receive comments on a resolution adopting a final project plan for water system improvements and identifying James J. Baker, P.E., as the authorized representative to apply for a State of Michigan Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund. Manager Ritzman, is there a presentation on this?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that Director Baker, our Public Services Director, come forward, and he's got a presentation for you.
Good evening, Your Honor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Within your packet, there is a document amongst this item titled Proposed Drinking Water Revolving Loan Plan, or more specifically, Project Plan. This project plan is an amendment to a previously issued project plan in fiscal year 22. That project plan, we held numerous neighborhood level meetings at within the community back in 2022. So first, I'd like to highlight what has been amended within that project plan, and then talk about some specific action items. First, within that project plan, the location and number of lead service line replacements has been reprioritized between fiscal years 2022 and fiscal years 2023 as proposed. Project areas including 37 streets in the North Side neighborhood have been prioritized to be constructed this year, with work occurring and starting in June. The remaining work within the North Kalamazoo project area will be incorporated with this fiscal year 23 plan, with work occurring through 2024. The project plan was also amended to include water main replacement and upsizing within Kalamazoo City and Kalamazoo Township to address reliability within the areas outlined within the plan. Station consolidation at station number 2 on Bourne Court is also identified to utilize the well to be connected to Central to restore available treatment capacity and redundancy. So those are the changes between the project plan between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 you now have in front of you. In summary, the project plan is more inclusive of all the total work that needs to occur within the water system, however, still focused within a project planning area. A description of drinking water quality needs and problems to be addressed and the principal alternatives that were considered. So I'm going to speak about each drinking water quality need that we're trying to address and what the major alternatives were selected. Number 1 is to reduce the concentration of lead at customer taps. Our focused alternative to achieve this goal is the replacement of all non-copper service lines, and within this project area, the replacement of these service lines with copper. The next project need identified is distribution system water reliability, which gets after the main break occurrences. So our selected principal alternative is to replace older cast iron mains with break history with new ductile iron pipe and to upsize those water mains where needed. Our third drinking water quality issue that we're looking to address is station consolidation. Within our administrative consent order with Eagle, we have identified the need to study the potential to consolidate stations. We currently have 16 treatment stations, of which 13 are operational. This project plan looks to consolidate one of those stations with Central, and this will allow increased hydraulic capacity at Central and reliability by utilizing an additional well. I will now talk about a description of the recommended alternatives, including its capital cost and a cost breakdown by project components. Our lead replacement or lead service line replacement project alternative costs between $5,500 and $10,000 per service. This varies by the amount of work experienced within each location. We estimate a need of about 1,500 service line replacements. There has been an alternative considered of use of filters. However, that is not a accurate long-term solution. That is a interim solution. It's also a risk reduction strategy as well as a community preparedness strategy. That is not a feasible long-term alternative. We recommend replacement with copper. Water main break frequency and occurrence due to aging cast iron mains. Our selected alternative would recommend replace with ductile iron pipe and to properly upsize where needed for fire flow and system reliability. We estimate this cost at $250 to $300 per foot, and we estimate approximately 3 miles of pipe needed within this project area. The total for that line item is approximately $4.75 million. The line item for lead service line replacements was approximately $15 million. Our final area of consideration for the project plan is station consolidation. For this alternative, we're recommending to connect Station 2 to the central treatment plant at a cost of approximately $250,000. An alternative to this would be build and install treatment at the Station 2 site, which we would estimate at approximately $10 million. Now, we see this as a very cost-effective, economical alternative to enhanced treatment capacity at 2 independent of Central. And when we're able to take 2 and bring it into Central, we're able to realize those cost savings. Now I'm going to talk about a discussion of project financing and cost to individual users. Now I will say that specific to these projects is essentially what I'm talking about. Our capital improvement program for the drinking water utility is much greater than just the projects I'm talking about today. But if we focus just on these projects, we're looking at approximately $20 million. Those $20 million, if we finance them at the assumptions that we have taken for market rate financing and term, we would look at approximately a $28 per year increase to a typical system user. That would translate to about $2.33 per month for a typical system user for just these projects that I identified. And again, I will tell you that this is not inclusive of our entire water CIP. One final comment relates to social and environmental impacts. We believe that the proposed installation of copper water services, ductile iron pipe to replace cast iron pipe, and station consolidation, as described, will have positive social and environmental impacts. I can take comment or questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Baker. Are there questions for Director Baker at this time? Commissioner Juarez.
How many lead pipes have you guys replaced thus far?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. We've replaced approximately 3,200 lead service lines since we've been focused and accelerated on this work since about 2017. The project plan identifies a number of about 5,000, and I believe that's inclusive of all of our work that the city's been doing since the early 90s.
Roughly how many pipes aren't replaced?
We believe there's approximately 7,000 pipes outstanding. That would essentially be between 6,800 and 7,000 pipes that we would categorize as non-copper. The state under Eagle has many varying definitions of what a lead service line is. For City of Kalamazoo, we're just going to say we've got copper pipes, so we know they're copper, we can verify they're copper. Then we have all the other classifications. And all those other classifications, we're just going to grab those up and call them non-copper. And that's that number, that about 7,000 that we have estimated as non-copper.
Okay. And your goal is to change all those completely?
Correct. It is our goal, it's our City of Kalamazoo goal to have all lead service lines replaced or all non-copper service lines replaced by 2037. Under state law, we have to have that completed by 2041, and it is our goal to accelerate where we can, going after state and federal resources, state and federal dollars, to be able to bring dollars back to Kalamazoo to enact this work quicker. And this is what you see in front of you today. This is public services or the city's attempt to go after state resources to bring additional dollars to Kalamazoo to accelerate that replacement timeline.
What do you offer to the residents now who maybe copper or their pipes haven't been replaced?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. 2 main things. It's free in-home testing. So anybody in our system can give us a call at 337-8550 or 311 and request in-home sampling or a filter or both. Now we can come out to your home, we can test, we can tell you what kind of service you have, either copper or non-copper, and we offer a filter at no charge. So that's we offer that for anybody in township or city, regardless if you're on copper or non-copper plumbing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Pradel.
Hey, Director Baker, good to see you. Thank you for being here tonight. Number one, I just wanted to thank you and your team. I know when you're preparing these, there's, as Director Kick calls it, alphabet soup of acronyms, and it's really helpful when you make sure to spell those out for the public as they're reading them. So thank you for doing that, and to your team, please pass that along. I was going to ask you, as you were making your presentation, I just want to make sure I'm asking these just for clarification for the public. You mentioned 1,500 lead service line locations. Those are specifically what you're talking about as part of this $20 million for specific north side resident sites. Is that correct?
That's correct. The fiscal year 22 plan that we brought in front of the City Commission and submitted to the state of Michigan had an identified project need of 2,000 lead service lines in a project area that we define as North Kalamazoo, including the north side neighborhood. That work has been awarded. At your last commission meeting, there were 2 contracts that were brought forward to accelerate and begin work right away on 37 streets in the north side neighborhood. So that takes away from, that was 2,000, we take that away and we have now 1,500. That's not citywide, that's just within this project defined area, but does include Kalamazoo Township as well as Kalamazoo City. The main neighborhood is north side, when we talked about those 37 streets last time, but also includes Kalamazoo neighborhoods of Stewart. There's a northern portion of the Stewart neighborhood. There's also the West Douglas neighborhood and the Fairmont neighborhood.
And those 1,500 lines, that would be like from 2022 to 2024, effectively.
Correct.
I was going to ask as well, just to share with everyone as well. So last year in 2021, the goal was what, about 500 lead service line replacements, and the final number of ones that were remediated was over 900, if I'm not mistaken?
That's correct. We replaced 940 lead service lines last year.
And what do you attribute that to? And do you envision that that might be a possibility this year to also exceed goals?
Certainly. I think, there's a number of things that speak to that success. One is community support and funding. We were extremely fortunate that we were able to bring dollars into Kalamazoo from state resources, as well as local philanthropic organizations such as FFE, which contributed to lead service line replacements. We had a strong funding program in place where Kalamazoo ratepayers approved via the City Commission continued focus on lead service line replacements. We also have, can attribute some of that success to our process of using contractors in neighborhood-specific areas. Last year was East Side, including East Side Kalamazoo and Eastwood at Kalamazoo Township. So we can select an area and have contractors focus in that area while also being responsive to other needs with city crews. So if we look at that breakout, we had over 230 lead service line replacements that were done by city crews in unidentified areas. And those were 100% in response to lead testing in homes. And we prioritize that. If we come to any home and we receive a result that is over the action level, we'll immediately schedule that home for lead service line replacement, regardless of where we're at in that neighborhood plan. So you could be in a neighborhood that's not currently defined in a project plan, and we will still come out and replace that lead service line.
Thank you. And I know even like Geico only has like a 92% customer satisfaction rating. So, I mean, let's say hypothetically, out of those, let's hope exceeding goal number this year of homes that are served, somebody has an issue or isn't satisfied with something that happened in their yard, what should they do?
Yeah, that's a great point. A lot of this work we talked about is, the pipe work, essentially, plumbing line work. But just like if you hired a contractor into your home, that lawn restoration, that sidewalk pour, that curb and gutter, that is all equally as important to you as that lead service line replacement. So we take a lot of pride in that work, and we understand that sometimes it takes more than one attempt to make folks happy. I think we can definitely say that we're committed to making sure that everybody's happy with the work that we do. Just the same as if you hired a contractor into your home, you're going to call them back if you're not totally satisfied. So, we have experienced some challenge with restoration, and please give us a call. You can call 311 or 337-8000, and we'd be happy to address any issues that we may have.
Okay. And then just one last question. This one shouldn't take too long, but it mentions, for applying for the State of Michigan Drinking Water Revolving Fund loan, it says that we're eligible for full forgiveness. When it describes it as being eligible for full forgiveness, can you describe that a little bit to the public about what that means exactly?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. This is a competitive process, and last year we saw that across the state of Michigan, public water supplies, that's what we are. We're a public water supply, and we've got work to do. There was more requests for dollars than there were funding available. So even though this is competitive and City of Kalamazoo was ranked last year, we were able to walk away with $5 million in grant, which was great. That's something to be very proud of. But there were still project needs that went unaddressed. And so we're up again this year for another bite at the apple. We would like to bring 100% of funding back to the city. But I think we'll be successful and we'll be happy with any amount that we receive. For every dollar that we get, that's dollars that don't have to go into rates. And when I talked about the cost, that $2.33 per month for a typical user, that fee or that rate will go down if we're funded at the state level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Prado, for all those good questions. Other questions from Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Director Baker. How are you?
Good evening, Commissioner.
So I just wanted to ask, I believe there is something called a Water Week that's coming up soon.
Yes, the Water Week is coming up in May, I believe.
Okay, all right. And I won't spill the beans, but I know that you and your team have been working on something awesome that's going to help many of our residents here within the city of Kalamazoo, especially when it comes to the lead pipes. So I just kind of make a notice, just be on the lookout, community, because Director Bacon and his team have really got something great for you guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Any other questions? Thank you all. Hey, just a quick follow-up here, Director Baker. When's the lead and copper rule go into effect?
So Michigan's lead and copper rule is currently in effect. There's many points to that rule. So that there was legislative changes that were passed in 2018 for Michigan communities. One of the first things that rule required was a distribution materials inventory assessment, which kind of go out and see what your pipes are and kind of document everything. There's 2 phases of that. So we've hit the first deadline by 2019. There's another deadline that comes in 2025. There's an immediate rule that went into effect that we're operating under now, which requires the 1st and the 5th liter draws. So we go into a home after 8 hours of stagnation, and then we draw from a regular consumptive faucet, such as the kitchen sink or bathroom sink, and we draw the 1st liter, and then we draw the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We take all those bottles, and we take them to a lab and have them analyzed. And then as the results come back, whether it's the 1st liter or the 5th liter, whatever result is higher, that goes into our score for the calculation of our 90th percentile. So there's some additional rules in terms of who qualifies to get tested. In Kalamazoo, we have to obtain samples out of 100 homes, and those homes have to be served by a lead service line. So before we would have, say, 50 homes of lead, 50 homes of copper. All homes now are lead. So we're actually, really focusing on going out and trying to find where the lead is at. There's some additional rules to lead and copper. In 2021, the requirement for annual replacement starts. City of Kalamazoo started that in 2017, so we're already ahead of the game on that one. And then the next rather large component of that lead and copper rule takes effect in 2025. That's where Michigan's action level goes from 15 down to 12. At the federal level, there's also a new EPA revised lead and copper rule. Michigan, as a state, for water rules, operates under primacy, meaning that Michigan's rules are higher, more stringent than EPA's. As our current understanding is that we follow Michigan's more stringent lead and copper rule. However, if that is determined that any one of the EPA parameters are more constrained or more stringent, if you will, then we'll follow that. And so we're still seeking goal. We still continue to be regulated by EGLE, and we will still follow EGLE recommendations, EGLE guidance, EGLE's rules, laws, and regulations.
Thank you, Director Baker. All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Since there are no more questions from commission, now is the opportunity for public comments on this item. Speakers, you will each have 3 minutes for your comments. Please state your name and whether you live in the city. Welcome. Oop, no comments. All right. Anyone else in the chambers who wants to comment on this item?
I just wanted to bring up, I went to some of those public forums that were open to the public, and I think there might have been one other person, other than like, I know Tammy Ray went to one of them, the county commissioner representing. We had other people that were like involved in like the process. Mr. Baker was there. There was someone from the state that was speaking at one of them at the Douglas, I don't know if it was the Douglas Community Center or something like that. But I had done a little quick math on my phone, and I had asked, and it had averaged out to about $20,000 a home. And I'm like, that's a lot. I bought my house for $12,000. And in my neighborhood, that's not uncommon. Some of your neighborhoods, that is uncommon. But it just surprised me that tonight he mentioned 10,000, because that's a big difference. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
You talk about water pipes and how corroded and how old and how they need to be replaced. What about your sewers and your sanitary sewers that comes up in our basements? When are you going to put that in part of your infrastructure to fix? No one should have that happening in their home. You wouldn't want that in your home. You wouldn't want to be trapped in your home. You wouldn't want to be trapped and not be able to get out of your home because the city's sewers is backing up in the streets and in your homes. This should be a priority. I've been asking this for 6 years. You know, you can fix, yes, we do need water pipes fixed. They're so old. And if they're that old, how old are the sewers? How old are the storm drains? I've lived in my neighborhood for 38 years. I have never seen the storm drains cleaned. Never. We clean them, us neighbors. We go take all the debris out of it because we're afraid we're going to flood. So if we keep less out of it, then maybe the water won't come up through the storm drains like it does, because that's what floods us. That's what floods the whole neighborhoods. The water comes up through your storm drains, and then it backs up the sewers. My question is, when are you going to put that in your party to fix it? Nobody should be trapped for days. You can't even get to the hospital. You can't get out of my neighborhood unless you have waiters up to your legs. I've asked the city one time. We were flooded. I told them I proved to them where I live at. Is there any way I can come through your property, because the gate was open, to get out of my neighborhood because I'm trapped? And they told me no. I had to go through the water just like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to comment on this item?
Fred Lawrence, just real quickly, she's been complaining a couple of times about sewer backing up in the houses. Most of the houses are built before the sewer systems were really efficient. Maybe in the future, the city commission can look into putting in a budget for backflow preventers for some of the older homes that are having these back flooded issues, not just flooding issues. Down in Lake Street where they flood the whole area, but areas where they, like on Cobb Street, they had the same problem. They had a sewer issue. The water bagged up into the basements. A lot of that can be resolved by having backflow preventers in the line of the house system. I don't know how the budget could be done. Maybe that's something in the future. I know we're putting a lot of fires out. Maybe down the road we can look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Baker, but I think it is the case that we do provide backflow preventers, and that's on request, so we are not limited at this point. If someone desires one to have one installed, they can provide a request to your department. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. That is a service we offer within our wastewater service response group. So any home that desires to have a backflow preventer, just give us a call at 337-8000 or 331. We'll need your address, and then basically a service request that you request a backflow preventer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Hi, Commissioners, you all know me, I think. I'm Nehemiah Scudder these days legally, and my friends call me H. As far as backflow preventers, I don't think many of our neighbors need them. The problem is with the overflow from the sewer lines. Backflow preventers won't stop that, and they won't do much good, really. So maybe you should consider that overflow from the sewer lines first, right?
Thank you. So seeing no other comments, I want to close this public hearing. Commissioners, the recommended action is the motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Cooney,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Hess. Any more discussion? I should say, any discussion? Seeing none, then, Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney.
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Decker.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item E5 is adopted. Next is the consent agenda. City Manager Ritzma.
The following items have been presented for approval. First is the approval of a contract supplemental for the purchase of powder activated carbon from SNR Technologies in the amount of $149,672. Next is the approval of a contract with Mall City Mechanical for kick pool building upgrades in the amount of $168,061. Next is the approval of a contract supplemental and change order with Whiteman and Associates for the Water Pump Station 5 reconstruction project in the amount of $199,800. Next is the approval of a one-year contract with Waste Management of Michigan for the rental, placement, and removal of roll-off containers and disposal of all street sweeping materials deposited in those containers in the amount of $222,240. Next is the approval of a contract with JV Contracting Incorporated for pavement line striping and specialty pavement marking in the amount of $225,650. Next is the approval of a contract with Ferguson Water Works to provide and install Neptune water meters in the amount of $627,318.59. Next is the approval of a purchase order with Balcoma Excavating Incorporated for the 2022 new water service installation project in the amount of $1,049,063.30. Next is the approval of the mayor's reappointments to the Northside Cultural Business District Authority. These three individuals are being reappointed for a term expiring on March 31, 2025. They are Kier Gamshow, Damian Henderson, and Ricky Thrash. And that's it, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, Commissioners, the requested action is a motion to approve items 1 through 7 and 9, and authorize the city manager to sign all related documents on behalf of the city. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Juarez,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Decker. Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Decker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The items on the consent agenda are approved. Now we are on to our regular agenda. Manager Ritzma.
Item H1 is approval of a budget amendment to allocate $1 million of ARPA funding, which stands for American Rescue Plan Act funding, for Phase 1 of the Youth Development Fund.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Is there a staff report on this item?
Yes, there is, Your Honor. I would like to call forward our Parks and Recreation Director, Patrick McVeary, and our Public Safety Director / Chief, Vernon Coakley, and Meg Blankovich. Thank you.
Well, yeah, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager Ritzma. As you're aware, on January 3rd, 2022, during the first business meeting of the year, a directive was taken and established by the Commission to develop a plan to utilize money from the American Rescue Plan Act to focus on youth in the city of Kalamazoo that are unable to participate in programs due to various reasons. From this meeting, a youth development subcommittee was established to develop this plan. The committee was comprised of commissioners, various city staff members from different departments, Kalamazoo Public Schools, the Kalamazoo Youth Development Network, the Kalamazoo Promise, and some interns from Western Michigan University. The funding request suggested by the subcommittee to implement this Phase 1 of the plan is $1 million from the American Rescue Plan Act money. Development of the plan began right away to focus on funding of outreach for the programs for the youth during this summer season. The committee developed an outline for the plan to be implemented in 2 phases. The first phase will be to help increase programming and youth outreach during the summer months, while the second phase will be implemented in the fall with an emphasis on after-school assistance and also outreach as a 2-generational approach to help family members in need. The 2-gen approach will also be led and implemented by Shared Prosperity Kalamazoo and Kevin Ford, who is a city staff member. Phase 2 planning will begin this summer by the subcommittee, and we will come back to the commission with an outline of the plan and details as we approach the end of summer. As a part of the plan to reach the youth within the city, we created a youth program advocate position. This was a collaborative effort between the Parks and Recreation Department and Kalamazoo Public Safety. The position is focusing on reaching the youth within the community to help them attend programs, participate in the Police Athletic League, and also to be a catalyst between not only the city but also Kalamazoo Public Schools, the Kalamazoo Youth Development Network, and the Kalamazoo Promise to try and reach the youth that either aren't able to participate in different programming within the city due to not knowing about programs, having transportation issues where they're not able to actually attend the programs, or possible financial reasons. So the youth program advocate will work out of the Parks and Recreation office, and like I said, will work directly with Public Safety, KidNet, and Kalamazoo Public Schools. This evening I have with me Meg Blankovich from the Kalamazoo Youth Development Network, and she's going to discuss how the funds from Phase 1 will be implemented through KidNet this summer.
Thank you,
Hi, Meg.
Commissioners.
Welcome. Yes.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight, and thank you for your ongoing support of the out-of-school time sector. The city has been long-standing supporters of youth development, and we appreciate your continued support. So as Patrick talked about, the Youth Development Committee created a request for proposals, which was released on, let me get the dates right, April 8th. In the request for proposals, it was very clear that it was pending approval tonight at this city commission meeting. The RFP included questions for organizations about their track record in providing high-quality youth development programming in the city. And we also gave priority points to organizations that could pay youth development advocates at least $15 an hour and that could participate in our summer learning program quality assessment. The out-of-school time sector has been working toward wage equity for 2 years, and we view this funding opportunity as a major step forward. One of our slogans is passion work should not be poverty work, and we very much appreciate this opportunity to make major progress toward wage equity for the adults who are asked to invest in young people and help young people be promise ready, future ready, and ready to stay in the city of Kalamazoo and possibly run for city commission. The RFP had questions for organizations to talk about their track record. There was a question raised about the liability insurance. We are dropping that requirement that organizations have liability insurance, so that will be dropped. Applicants will be notified by May 4th, and will be able to get the funding out the door, we hope, by May 6th. We will be able to report on the number of youth served by neighborhood, demographics of youth served, impact on young people, and the overall quality of programming that was funded through this through the ARPA funds. We will provide regular reports to the Youth Development Committee throughout the summer, and we'll have a final report to the committee and to the commission the end of September. Thank you.
Quick question here. Is the due date passed, or is it still open?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I forgot that. It's due the 22nd, this Friday.
All right. So where would people look if they're interested in applying by the 22nd?
Sure. So we've sent emails out to, I think, 180 organizations. We've posted it on our Facebook page. We've shared it with Black Wall Street, TRHT, other folks. I believe it's on the city's website. It's on our website. We've shared it with the commissioners who are on the Youth Development Committee and asked them to share. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, leadership. I have the dubious honor to take these funds and apply them to our community. So I'm very excited to do this with the Police Athletic and Activities League. I'd be remiss if I did not say thank you to this community, this commission, and the 53rd Commission, because this work started before that. I do believe we have Commissioner Cunningham here, who's been doing some of that dubious work in our community as well. County Commissioner Tammy Ray is here as well. I want to thank her too for that. The youth program advocate, his name is Johnny Berry. He is a longtime standing community member, resident of this community. He has done a lot of work with youth. This is two-pronged, or maybe three for us, in that, yes, he will share an office with Parks and Rec, Public Safety, but more in depth and more importantly, as we begin this work with youth violence, he will also help us in intervening and giving young people in our community healthy choices to move forward and not fall to gun violence. Just recently, today, our youth advocate, Mr. Berry, had that opportunity to speak to a young person. So work is being done, and I'm excited to report that. Now is time to begin to put the programs together, put the operation together to get our young people where they need to be in this community so we can all enjoy prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So, Manager Ritzma, that's it for your presentation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for anyone on the city team about this proposal from commissioners? Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great program. I do have a question regarding what the funds are used for. So do you have to be a nonprofit organization, again, just remind me, to get these funds?
Yes, you do have to be a 501c3. We are currently working with 4 or 5.
Meg, push that microphone.
Sorry.
Thank
Yes, you do have to be a 501c3 to apply for the funds. We're currently working with a number of organizations that are programs so that they can collaborate with a 501c3 and come in and access the funds through that process.
Through them. So we could have many organizations that are here that don't have that 501(c)(3) status or may not be working with an organization that are doing great things with our youth here. Is there any way that maybe, this is a great amount. I love the amount. That's a lot of money going towards our youth. What about working with some of the programs or setting aside some of the funds for people that don't have that status, that are just now starting?
Yeah, that's definitely an option that the commission could consider. Right now, we're working this option of once programs reach out to us, and we've had, I think, 4 or 5 reach out to us, we are connecting them with nonprofits and then helping that nonprofit apply. But there is an option to set aside funds for programs.
So how many nonprofits have you had reach out so far? Do you have
Programs
a
or nonprofits?
Nonprofits.
I believe it's 4 or 5.
4. So you've had about 4 or 5 nonprofits, and then you've also had about 4 that are not nonprofits that you're linking them up together. Is that correct, or just 4 in total?
So we've had 4 or 5 programs.
Programs.
Yeah, and then the
The
rest
4.
are nonprofits, yeah. Yep. And I've had conversations with different folks in the community today, several of whom are here to make those connections with programs to nonprofits. So we're hopeful that that strategy eliminates that barrier.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Pradel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So question, this might be a better question for city staff. I have a couple questions related to this. So I know with our initial round of ARPA funding that was for initial COVID assistance relief, it was $1 million, and that went through United Way. And it was my understanding that of the $1 million that we approved for that cycle, there were $6 million worth of asks that had applied for that $1 million. And so I guess my question is what happens if we, put this RFP goes out, the 22nd rolls around, and we have unprecedented demand with remarkable great ideas, I really hope that we can be in a position to make a decision, even if it's on, on a couple weeks' notice, to say yes to that. And I just wanted to get your thoughts about that, if that scenario were to unravel, how that would work.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Prado. There's 2 ways of looking at it. One, with phase 1, the subcommittee really focused on this summer. And so if there are programs or activities that exceed what the funding allows, they certainly can be considered, but again, it would have to be for this summer season.
Yeah.
And then we can take that, back to the commission for approval. I think right now we're going to wait and see what comes in through KidNet and in the RFP.
Sure. Yeah, I hope there is unprecedented demand for it. That would be my hope. So the second question on page 82 of our packet, it says the initial estimate for funding is approximately $500,000. And I just wanted to make sure to clarify that for the community. So we're talking about $500,000 is for phase 1, which is the summer phase, right? Do I understand that correctly? And then can you explain that a little bit?
Thanks, Commissioner Pradel. That's a good question. The initial ask is for $1 million for the summer portion. The $500,000 was kind of a rough estimate to establish the Police Athletic League and kind of some funding through Parks and Recreation. that was an estimate. It's not an exact number. So what we're going to do is actually during the planning phase of phase 2, we'll come back with a more accurate number of that total as we continue to plan for the Police Athletic League and then moving forward. So.
Gotcha. Great. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you. And by the way, congratulations on being named director.
Thank
as well.
you.
Yeah. The other question, this might be another one more for city staff, but I know as a nonprofit leader myself, one of the things that can be really challenging is a lot of times people dangle funding out in front of you, right? And they say, oh, you can do all these great things and everything that you ever imagined, right, is all right in front of you, right? And then it's just pop, it's 1 year or it's one program, and then it's gone. And, I obviously don't expect there necessarily to be an answer right here, right now kind of thing, but just got to get your initial thoughts on this and whatever. But, I think one of the things that works really well for nonprofits is if you say, you commit to a 3-year commitment to get this off the ground or to pilot it, to give them the time, to give them some runway and, experiment with it, see whether it's being effective or not, figure out where they're going to find alternative funding sources once it goes away. Because, one of the risks of doing these kind of one-time funding source things is that, this is ARPA funding. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and it's not going to be here forever. So just want to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, again, focusing on the summer, I think the group identified having a super summer or, a spectacular summer, so all the programming focused on the summer for the experience. I think phase 2, and in your question about longer term sustainability is a good one.
Yeah.
Because as you noted, the ARPA funding, is a limited amount of funds. So discussion came up about the idea of sustainability of these programs, and that's something that we're going to have to work through, budget processes and so forth. But again, really the focus on phase 1 is the summer and really giving kids an alternative for summer activities.
Definitely. And then, Meg, this might be another question for you, and thanks for all you're doing with this and the great work that you and KidNet are doing as well. But one of the things I also know about the nonprofit world as well is there's also a propensity where when grant opportunities arise that you just do that kind of like switcheroo, you're like, oh, grant funding opportunity, now I can plug a hole or, just fill a gap that I had in my budget this year and make it look like it's, building capacity or doing growth as a nonprofit. What kind of things are you doing? Because I know one of the large goals of this is to try to reach more youth that typically would not have been engaged in some sort of a summer program. So, what kind of things are you guys considering or when you're going through and evaluating and how are you kind of making that clear to the applicants just so they know that, hey, this is really above and beyond. We're trying to build more capacity. We're trying to reach that North Star for our youth to say that, we're aiming for that every single youth in this community has something positive in their life to do this summer and beyond and that sort of thing.
So we have a multi-prong approach to that. One of the things we're doing is a community-wide campaign about summer that we've never been able to do. We're going to have ads on 95.5, 103.3. We're going to have ads on buses about the theme this year is Emerge, Engage, Enjoy, and it was created by teens. They first said we have to emerge from the last 2 years and literally from behind a mask before we can engage in all these high-quality experiences, before we can enjoy our lives again, enjoy our community, enjoy our neighborhoods, our families, our friends. And they were quite insistent on that sequencing. And so we're honoring that, so we're trying to get the word out. We're using young people to get the word out as well. And encouraging as many organizations as we can, as Commissioner Decker asked about, not just 501c3s, but programs as well, so that they can partner with a 501c3 so that we can serve youth that may not have participated in the summer. And to answer your question about the sustainability, we're working on that with phase 2. It's going to be a 3-year approach. And we've been, part of our role as Kid Network is to advocate for the entire sector. So as I said, we've been advocating for wage equity for a long time. And part of what we're doing is the campaign with other funders. So this isn't just a one-off, right? What we hope this shows is that it can be done, that you can pay One of the issues we're facing is organizations say, okay, if you pay the lowest paid employee more, you automatically have to pay other people more. And so we're hoping that this can address what we believe is a fallacy, right? Why does raising the lowest paid folk automatically mean that I have to make more? It doesn't, right? And so we believe this funding opportunity is going to have systemic implications for our field. The majority of adults who work with young people in Kalamazoo make minimum wage. They make poverty wages. And you all want to change the world this summer? It ain't going to happen paying people $12 an hour. And so we feel like we're finally making progress toward that. And by showing that we can actually do it, other funders will say, okay, now we expect to see $16 an hour in your budget, right? So we're charting new territory here. And we appreciate that. The sector appreciates that. I don't know if it addressed your question. The more I talk, the more I get, this is our world. We're here to support adults so they can support young people, and sometimes we forget that adult piece in all of this. And when Chief Coakley talked about everyone living in prosperity, we want to make sure that youth development advocates can live in prosperity as well.
Thanks. Yeah, the question was just mainly just kind of geared towards how we make sure that people are really using this to make sure more kids are reached,
Yeah, and part of that is we did a study, we mimicked a national study. We are understaffed because of the wage issue, because we can't compete with McDonald's and Burger King. We are understaffed, so we are under capacity. And so we believe by addressing this wage piece, we can get staffed up this summer so that we can serve more youth than we ever have. But we believe this wage piece is a huge component that drives all of that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Meg, for all that you're doing. And I just can't stress enough the importance of really working with those grassroots agencies and programs that have been doing tremendous work but do not have the capacity, nor do they have the marketing to get out here to let people know that. It's very important that we give people an opportunity, specifically the BIPOC community, an opportunity to grow and to thrive as they're doing this work. So thank you for what you're doing, and I hope this continues to be one of the main things that we work on as a community.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Any other questions for the city team? Vice Mayor Cooney?
I want to say something about a couple people. First of all, Patrick stepped in and has done a tremendous job on such a short notice. The city has done tremendous jobs during the summer for many, many years, and we're going to continue that this year. So that's one thing. Second, I want to thank Meg. Meg has been working in this community for God knows how many years, supporting, enhancing the work of young people in this community, and we have been leaning so much on her expertise, and she's just done a wonderful job. And third, I want to congratulate and thank the chief for stepping forward with the Police Athletic League ideas and his commitment to reach out to young people in this community and give them the opportunity for leadership skills and to open doors to them that they have not experienced before. Was mentioned earlier, one of our main goals is to reach young people who haven't participated before. There are plenty of them, and we're going to do everything we can to reach out to them. So I think it's great. And the other thing I wanted to say was, we're clear that the city doesn't know all the answers, and that's why we're putting a good chunk of money out there for the people that have done work in this community, as you said, and need that money to continue that work. I'm just thinking of people like Charles Parker, people like O'Neill Ollie, like other people that have been doing this work for years on a shoestring, and now we're putting money out there for them that they can really do the great things that they've been doing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cooney. Commissioner Hess.
I will echo everything that Vice Mayor Cooney has said, and I will say that it's on behalf of the youth, of our community who have been most impacted by this pandemic, and whose generation needs to thrive. So my great gratitude goes out to Patrick and to Meg and to Chief Coakley. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Any more questions? Commissioner Juarez.
Just a quick statement. I just want to show appreciation to Vice Mayor Cooney and Commissioner Hess and for being on that committee and doing that work with myself and the team that was around the table having those discussions. One of the things that I see with this is a step towards empowering and pouring into the leaders of our future, right? And that's super important. And so for me, I'm very grateful to be part of this work and, you know, the tough conversations we had at that table and, you know, the ups and downs and ins and outs and getting to this point is significant. But for me, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of investing in our community, the youth of our community. And so my hope is that we see a snowball effect where we get to leverage some of this money that we have, like Commissioner Prado says, it's one in a lifetime opportunity. Leverage that money so community foundations and other individuals who do this philanthropical work to support and continue to support not just out of time school, in time school, and just youth in general. You know, it's super important. You know, I have a daughter, she's going to be 15 years old, and she goes to Lori Norks. And social media is contending for her mind space. The internet is contending for her mind space. And we need to invest and teach our youth that the potential they have is beyond just a screen and the swipe of a screen. But that could be part of it also, you know. And so I feel like this is just a big step for us. A huge step for us. And for those, you know, watching at home and the rest of the community, again, you guys hear me say this time and time again, we can't do it without each other. We have to collaborate to make these things work. And so I'm very grateful just to have like-minded colleagues and individuals who care about this issue. And so more to come. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Juarez. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this item? It's item H1. Please come to the podium, give us your name and what city. We'll have 3 minutes. Welcome, Commissioner.
It's an honor to be before you guys here today. I was able to do some work on this committee to, you know, address an issue that I'm very passionate about. And I can't even say another word without saying thank you to each and every one of you. I appreciate the energy behind an important investment, the energy behind what I consider a culture shift, one that recognizes a lot of the work that one of our own city employees is doing in Kevin Ford with what we call a 2-gen approach, something that you know, is an acknowledgement that we not only have to reach the adults, but we also have to prioritize our youth. And this shift as a city organization, a city administration, I think is detrimental. It's something that's going to, you know, if it doesn't happen, it's going to have large impact. And so I think this is a step in the right direction. One of the things I will, you know, push our new Parks and Rec director on is increase your budget. You have to do it every single year. Every single year, push the envelope. I don't know what that looks like, and you will be very in tune with it. I'll make sure that I'm there with you as you go through that process because it's important. In order for us to see the change that we need, we have to start investing in our youth, and that's when we recognize it's bigger than ourselves. And to quite a few commissioners' points up here, one that Commissioner Juarez drilled home, you know, we have to reach those who haven't been reached before. And that's going to look different. It's going to feel different. And I appreciate Manager Ritzma, you pointing out the opportunity for, I think it's a super fun gathering type of thing. I want to take a moment just to highlight while I'm up here, two organizations that are out there that didn't hear about this opportunity until tonight, which is JABS and Junior Girls. Two leaders of those organizations just mentioned on social media, so I was able to see them, that they weren't able to get this information. So what that means to me is that I'm not sure if it's whether we need to market heavier right now, whatever that needs to look like, or leave that application process a little open a little longer for those who just don't have capacity to really respond in the need that they potentially could. I'm trying to make this really quick. I did get a phone call from Meg. One of your concerns about the 501c3 LLC, I was able to, put in a call, let her know I didn't have capacity to make this happen for these organizations, and Meg was able to not only make the contact, make the engagement, but also commit to doing a lot of the work on that back end. So thank you, Meg, again, for all your work. Thank you to this body who has been commissioned. Thank you to the commission. Again, increase this budget and invest in.
Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham.
You all know me. I'm Nehemiah Scudder now. Changed my name legally about 4 years ago. My friends still call me Ace. Well, there's only so much money to go around, I know that. Couldn't you take some of this money to help the East Side? The East Side needs it badly. I know our juniors people need money too, but we need to help the East Side at all costs. I would think people are dying there from sewage. There's no way to go. Can't we help the East Side, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers that would like to comment on this item?
Sorry, I'm talking too much tonight. I really like a lot of things that Meg was talking about up here. It was really cool. I really hope a lot of it happens. I grew up in Grand Rapids. I don't know if it's the same way in Kalamazoo, but growing up, we were in the parks almost every day, and it gave the kids a lot of things to do. When our parents were at work in the summertime, and sometimes it was our older siblings that were watching us, or our friends' older siblings that were watching us. There were a couple people that worked in the parks. I'm really excited to see a lot of that work. One of the things that I would like to push, something I ran on, is transparency. I'm a little bit concerned about this. I did send an email to the new director, and I've been told that I need to forward all my questions to the city manager's office. Even though I'm a board member, even though this board, city commission, has approved the bylaws for the city Parks and Rec Advisory Board, that they have access to all information, all data. And I was reading through some treaties in the law library, McQuillan Municipal Code, not treatise, something like that. And I just file a writ mandamus to get a judge to force you to share that information with the board. I just wish it wasn't that complicated. I wish that if people wanted to know how to get access to this funding, how to get involved in 501c3s, talk to United Way, talk to the cities of 501c3, the land bank's a 501c3, Western's a 501c3. I mean, every single one of you guys up here work for Kalamazoo College as a 501c3. I'm sure your church has some nonprofit status, I'm assuming. I mean, all of you have access to people that do these things. And when people come up and they're asking, hey, I want to have a community garden at the land bank. And they're like, oh yeah, that sounds great, but I have to tell you, you got to show up every single week, or else those kids are going to go look somewhere else for that attention. And that's true. But when someone's been asking for 4 years to turn a vacant lot into a community garden, like, what are they supposed to do? And this is a lot of people in Kalamazoo that are asking these same questions. So I'm just asking for transparency. If there's statutory language at the state and in the city that's codified in law, or whatever the words are, and you guys still aren't sharing that information, if somebody has to go to, Beckett once he becomes a judge, or or Josh Hilgard once he becomes a judge and say like, hey, make the city do this? Is that really what it should take? Is that what community members should have to do? Is to go to a different branch of government, the judicial system, or the executive branch, and say, hey, legislative branch, do your job. You are in charge. You are the leadership. Act like it. People are going to imitate you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has any comments on this item? Vice Mayor Cooney?
I was just wondering, could we extend the deadline for applications for at least another week?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I think we should do that. So we're going to do it? Okay.
Okay, that wasn't too hard.
No.
With me. My email is meg@kydnet.org. My cell is 269-929-1982. I don't care. We've got to get the word out. We need programs that need support. I'm not a 9 to 5 person. You can call, text, email me anytime. We've got to get this done. We'll extend it by another week. And so if you all know of programs that need to participate, either haven't heard of it, are not a 501c3, we're here to bust those barriers. And I'm asking for your help with that. So get them in touch with me and we'll get the ball rolling to support the programs that need the support.
Can you give your, how we get in touch with you?
Sure. It's meg, M-E-G, @kydnet.org. And my cell is 929-1982.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you again, Meg. Any? Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Meg, for that, and Commissioner Cooney for extending the date, since we're hearing that, certain organizations and programs don't know about this great thing that's happening. So what about setting aside some funds to help programs that don't have a 501(c)(3). I feel like, working with nonprofit organizations is great, but again, a lot of nonprofit organizations, I feel like there's more organizations and programs that are within the city of Kalamazoo and that are doing good things that could also use this funding that may not have time to now go and partner with a 501(c). So I am just suggesting that we set aside some of these funds for that purpose for people that do not have that designation.
So I'm just going to suggest a point of order here because I think we're getting into discussion. So I'm suggesting we have a motion and a motion supported and then we can discuss this. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
All right. So at this point, then, seeing no more comments from anyone in the chambers here, the recommended action is a motion to approve the budget amendment. We can discuss details. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Juarez,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Hess. Okay. Discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That's what I was saying before. I feel that some funds should be put aside, for these programs that don't have the 501(c) status. Or, since now there is, a time frame of when these funds have to be done, and if we have phase 2 going on, another idea could be to set up some funds to help these organizations if they so choose to form a 501(c). So I'm either asking for funds to be set aside for programs that do not have that status, and for funds to be aside to assist organizations to get a 501(c) status if it's something that they choose.
501(c).
501, thank you, C3.
Yes.
I have it written down.
So just for a moment here, because I know we can get into a discussion about this, and maybe we can just decide off the top of our head, okay, we're going to set aside 50 of this, or, try to pick a number, which seems a little ahead of the game here. I mean, I was just going to suggest that one thing to keep in mind is that these are public dollars, and we are expected to be transparent and also accountable as far as how these dollars are spent. So I want to make sure that we are cognizant of that while this dispersal is occurring, and we're going to expect to have documented reports about how the dollars are spent and outcomes and that sort of thing. So understanding all that, I'm wondering if it would be acceptable just to say that it is our desire to, as much as possible, realistically, within the time frame we have, to attempt to support organizations that may not have a 501c3 without us picking a particular dollar amount. Just say it is our desire to, that this support addresses that need as well, and we'll wait to hear back about how that plays out. Does that seem like it's acceptable?
Yes, I think that's acceptable, just opening it up to other organizations and programs to get those funds. So yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney?
Well, I think you're right on the right track. I just think we should say that not having a 501c3 will not be an obstacle for accessing the funds. We could find a way to connect them with a 501c3 that will get them the funds that they need. Does that sound all right?
I think that's the kind of how it is right now, where
Yeah.
if you have a five.
I'm reluctant to set aside funds for a group that we don't know when other groups that might better use that could. I don't think we should set aside funds right now until we see who's applying.
Well, I think the mayor had said not setting aside funds, just making sure that we're removing that barrier from other programs from applying.
And, I'm sorry. And it also goes to the work that we have committed to do when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we need to be creative and stop doing things in the same manner in which we've always done it, thinking that we're going to change something. It is time now that we become bold and creative in thinking and give nonprofits who don't have the same level of marketing or even small programs and organizations that are doing wonderful work. JABS is doing wonderful work. So we can do something about that and stop being confined into a box that has been created. As we know, our entire system has been created in a racist way where marginalized people are locked out of that. So we can do something about that.
So the motion before us is approval of a budget amendment for $1 million of ARPA funding for Phase 1 of the Youth Development Fund. I don't know if people want to comment on this more, but okay. Commissioner Pradel?
Just wanted to share, this is hands down one of the most proud things that we're doing, at least in the time that I've served here. I mean, there's a lot of great things that have happened, but I remember recently I heard a story about, President Zelensky of Ukraine during his inauguration kind of challenged his country because when you walk into federal or state facilities, how you always see the, head of state and then the head of department or whatever. In his inauguration speech, he challenged his country and his nation's leaders to replace that with pictures of the kids in their country, whether it be their own or whatever. And that really resonated. That stuck with me. And, I think about, a lot of times people wish, I wish I could see in a crystal ball what the future looks like. The crystal ball of what the future looks like is based on what we do to invest in the young people in our lives and in our community right now. Commissioner Hess alluded to this as well, but I would argue, and I've said this probably 5 different times since I've been up here, there is no segment of our population or this world that's more disproportionately impacted by the last 2 years of the pandemic than our young people. And lack of acting swiftly and boldly will have implications for generations to come if we don't take advantage of this moment. I'm so excited to allocate these funds, but if you think about the $38.9 million that the city received, this is 1/40th of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we have to inject in it. And every month and every year that goes by that we're just letting those funds collect interest in an account or collect dust are opportunities that, trauma is rearing its dangerous ways in people's lives, and that we're not correcting the ills that have been caused by the pandemic. Again, I just can't emphasize enough about that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I hope we continue to keep our foot on the gas. I hope we monitor to see what kind of interest comes in, and if there are really amazing opportunities that might engage another 100, 200, 300 kids this summer in a positive way, that we find the funds to make it happen, would be my challenge. And then, I just really hope that we keep our foot on the gas to figure out ways that we make this sustainable and challenge our funding partners to carry that torch, once the funding runs out, that we can keep running with it. And then lastly, I was just going to really challenge the community. One of the most meaningful things I've done personally in my life was sign up for 2 years of national service as a third grade teacher, being a mentor for Big Brothers, Big Sisters on 2 different occasions with young people. I challenge people who are in the community, who are in this audience, who are listening, who watch this, to search out opportunities to mentor in this community. Because there's over 250,000 people that live in Metro, Kalamazoo, Portage area. And we're talking about tens of thousands of youth. There's more than enough of us who have capacity in our lives to give some form of giving back to those people. And I'd also encourage people in the community to give generously to the organizations that Meg works with and represents, if they're able to or have the capacity, to help expand the reach that we're looking to do this summer. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Commissioner Juarez.
Yeah. Laura Lamb, she always says this, right? She says, well, I'm not sure as to, but the possibilities are there, right? And so I love how she thinks when it comes to being creative and bold in all these areas of seeing things different. Now, that being said, would it be better to allow our staff to figure out what's the best process to help create those 501c3 statuses for people in terms of sustainability? Because doing, like, microwaving things is not great. Crock-potting that stuff is good, right? And so I feel like even with statuses like that, we can, as a city, get behind our people who have these programs and are offering youth development programs in a way where it's not just saying a flash in the pan, but we're helping create sustainability behind that, right? And so I think about a lady we sat with, Don and myself, Dominica, and this program she has called Glow. It's a beautiful program. It's an awesome program. Her fiduciary is Urban Alliance, but she wants to get to the point where she wants to sustain. Now, do we create a process for people to support her in a way to cause true sustainability for her, instead of saying, well, let's just fit you in somewhere so that way you can get money now, so you can make the effect now? And so I think there's all kinds of different ways we can go about this. And so I'm just suggesting, how do we do it? How do we do that?
Thank you, Commissioner Juarez. Manager Ritzma.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, and really appreciate the discussion we're having. And knowing that time is of the essence, City Attorney Robinson had a good idea, I thought, and rather than trying to do something with this budget amendment, which that's what it is, it's a budget amendment, ask KidNet to amend the RFP just to remove 501c3 status. And so anyone can apply for those funds and will be evaluated based on the merits of the program and all of that. Is that agreeable, Meg?
Good.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Thank you.
So do we have to, we don't have to amend the,
We're just doing a budget amendment, that's all we're doing. We're having a great conversation, but the action, the business action we're taking is amending our budget by $1 million. Any other discussion on this item? I appreciate it. Just one thing I want to do, there's, thanks gone all around, but I do want to remind folks that for all the additional work and issues that come to the commission, oftentimes there are commissioners that work together in smaller groups, subcommittees, participate, helping work with community partners to come up with a plan. So I want to specifically thank Commissioner Borez and Commissioner Hess and Vice Mayor Cooney, who have been more intensely involved in helping us get to this point. So thank you for that work. It means a lot. Clerk Borling, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Juarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradle,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Decker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Item H1 is adopted. Next item on the regular agenda, City Manager Ritzma.
Item H2 is approval of a community benefits agreement between Graphic Packaging International LLC and the City of Kalamazoo.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Is there staff report on this item?
Yes, our Community Investment Manager, Antonio Mitchell, is going to come forward with a presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you again for having me. What you have in front of you tonight is a community investment agreement that was requested by City Commission for the PA 198 tax abatement for graphic packaging with their expansion and growth here in the city of Kalamazoo. Graphic packaging was pretty much approved by the state of Michigan with a package to expand their $600 million development project here in Kalamazoo to become the largest North America paperboard recycler in North America. In this initiative, City Commission wanted to add additional community engagement, and the commission decided to work with staff on developing the CBA, the Community Investment Agreement. In this process, this transpired over a 2-year extension process. Graphic Packaging will need to request an additional extension at the end of this year to move forward. In that time frame, in the case of this CBA agreement, it only covers the next eight months for the rest of this year, which means the City Commission has the opportunity to not only amend this existing agreement, but add additional information and components to this agreement going forth with the additional extension request. So, like I said, this started 90 days with the CBA. The CBA was made up of graphic packaging representatives, 4 of them, 3 from the city manager's office, and 4 from our Community Development Act Advisory Committee, otherwise known as CDAC. This neighborhood community representing organization was created by the Commission to be Community Engagement Initiative Group for the city, to work with the community, to work with the neighborhood associations, and to also work with residents to give feedback to the city on the upcoming action plan when it calls for community engagement by HUD in the sense of using HUD and federal dollars, which we get a couple of million every year to assist with engagement and interaction with our federal dollars. So this group was identified as the group that has been working with the community for a number of years, and we want to extend this opportunity for them to be involved with this process to assist with better engagement, better communication, and setting up a process for future PA 198s to work with a specific group in the city for our CBA development. So, what does that mean? What that means is, as the commission identified the need for CBA, we had 90 days to pull that together and to access the community as much as possible to engage in developing pretty much the document that was presented to you. One thing that was very important for graphic packaging and also the CDAC board members was, what can we do this year in the 8 months? What's possible to do in 8 months? Because we have the opportunity to amend and adjust the CBA going forward with the extension request by Graphic Packaging at the end of the year to add hopefully more years and also more additional opportunities for engagement with the community and also activity in the community. So what was approved was Graphic Packaging does not currently have a community engagement person, so they're going to be contracting out a community engagement liaison to not only work with the city, but also work with the community to continually do research and engagement with the community on other possibilities of growth and development with their involvement working with the city. And this would be direct, I don't want to say one-on-one, but community engagement by Graphic Packaging. It does not require the city to be involved. It is something that's being initiated by Graphic Packaging. The second component was job fairs, but specifically targeted for the north side and east side neighborhood residents, and having job fairs in the community to engage directly to the residents that may be interested in working for Graphic Packaging on helping them with the screening process so they can have opportunities for existing and future jobs here in the city of Kalamazoo on the north side and east side. The third item was multi-use site involvement. This was engaged by CDAC to have an ongoing relationship with Graphic Packaging, being involved directly with pretty much hopefully some multi-use site development for hopefully open up the doors for neighborhood businesses, food trucks, youth activities, creating health community engagement, community inclusion initiatives, but specifically having a site that was not only assisted by Graphic Packaging, but hopefully Graphic Packaging working with other industry organizations in the community to assist in that investment, including, of course, the city in being involved. The fourth item and final item was a community grant fund that was to assist with providing some of the dollars that Graphic Packaging would be receiving from their tax abatement to go back into the community as hopefully mini grants to assist for development projects, for nonprofits and other entities in the community to engage in projects on the east side and north side neighborhood. And these four items were designated mainly because Graphic Packaging and the steering team feels that those things could be implemented this year in this 8-month time period. And hopefully that would open up the door for additional engagement with the community liaison, working with surveying the community on additional activities that the community would want to see that could be amended at the end of the year with the extension with a new CBA going forth for whatever many years that this commission approves. Questions?
I do have a question, Manager Risma. No, it's not time for community comments, Aish. Is someone from graphics going to be part of the presentation, or?
The Graphic Packaging goes out of business, everything goes down in drain. And you put everything on this.
Please, Aish, you will have an opportunity to comment. Now is not the time.
The answer to your question, Mayor, is Graphic Packaging is here to answer any questions that the commissioner mayors will have. They're not going to be part of the presentation. Great. And also, some CDAC board members are here as well to answer any questions as needed as well.
Okay, helpful. Okay. Questions? Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Antonio. I definitely appreciate the presentation and all the information. So I do have a couple of questions. So this agreement, if I heard you say correctly, it can be amended, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then regarding the multi-use site, it looks like you said that the committee will look for a site, which means we don't have one in plan or in mind, but are they looking to have it somewhere within the neighborhoods?
Yes.
So, and again, if we're working with the north and east side residents here, so again, something within the north side and then something within the east side on each side.
Correct.
Okay. So have we received the EGO report yet?
No, to not my knowledge.
No. When do we know when that might be coming? When that might be slated to be completed?
I do not know that answer. Director Baker, do you know by chance the time frame on that? Here he comes.
There is a joint Eagle and Michigan Department of Health and Human Services health study that is ongoing, focusing on hydrogen sulfide and limited scope study on VOCs. That report is outstanding. That has no immediate timeline that I'm aware of to conclude. At this time, I know they are wrapping it up. The city of Kalamazoo did enter into a limited time frame agreement with Eagle for property access rights. There's a study that is going to be conducted with a research PhD professional on 3D micro analysis of an air plume over the treatment plant as well as over Graphic Packaging International. The results of that modeling will help to inform additional testing and observations that will help to inform that health study. So to answer your question, that a lot of that work is still ongoing and currently underway.
Okay, so, but I mean, there's no time frames, like, they haven't said it could be in a week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, correct?
Correct. To my knowledge, we are not anticipating an expected current release at this time. A lot of that research is still contributing to that health study.
Okay.
More questions, Commissioner Decker? Or?
Thank you at this time. If I have any more, I will definitely ask.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Pradle.
Sure. Hey, Antonio, thanks for sticking with us for the last 4 hours since our 5 o'clock meeting. So I just had a question. So as part of that community engagement liaison position is one of the 4 goals out of the community benefits agreement, it talks about like a neighborhood survey, effectively. It talks about doing a current survey, so meaning like soon, and then doing an end-of-the-year survey to evaluate the relationship, or at least that's the way it was explained in it. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, I think one important component too, if we're going to be surveying, is to find out what things people want from the neighborhood, what they want to see, what, to guide maybe those grant dollars or beyond, and so I just want to get your thoughts on that, if you could share a little bit more about that survey.
Yes, one thing that the steering committee recognizes is that there needs to be more input from the community, but there needs to be a clear understanding what the community wanted. And so Graphic wanted to, like I said, hire a community liaison to really engage the community directly beyond the city and to get better direct feedback from the community on what are the most important items that they want to see not only happen, but also what they want Graphic Packaging to be involved with. With that survey, they hope to be able to get more not only community input, but also better direction to share with the city on some possible future engagement initiatives that they need to carry out, working with the city and working with the community and working with hopefully the larger business community as well with some of the initiatives that the community would like to see on the north side and east side.
Gotcha. Thanks. The other thing I wanted to just make sure to clarify for the community as well, so there's 4 goals there, and then the 4th goal is that 50% of the 2022 tax abatement, which it said spells out to be about $60,000 or whatever. Could you clarify as well, is that $60,000, is that paying for the job fairs, the community liaison, the surveying, the multi-use site support, or is that just a special fund in itself? So I mean, basically what I'm saying is what's part of the community benefits agreement from Graphic Packaging, is it really much more of an investment beyond the just $60,000?
Yes, the investment of the $60,000 is pretty much a set aside to assist with creating these micro grants for the community. The additional items that are listed as part of the agreement are items that Graphic Packaging will take on themselves and use their dollars to assist with, like we said, the community liaison person, the multi-site use investment that will be analyzed on what not only what location works, but also what that investment would need to be for them to work with not only dollars for that, but also hopefully getting matching dollars from the city and other foundations and other organizations to assist in that development. But the key factor, as you stated, Commissioner Prado, is that the grants are one component that will not only be set aside, but we also designed and pretty much invested in what the community wants those dollars to go towards. So the steering committee will work with the community as well to analyze what are the best dollars for those to go not only towards, but can the dollars be used for matching other grant dollars to go into the community as well. They will analyze pretty much each step of the way how to not only invest those dollars, but getting feedback from the community on what is best to invest those dollars in.
And then on goal 1, it talks about that community liaison position, and it says select and contract that position. So does that mean it's intended to be like a full-time position through GPI, or is it kind of like contracted through somebody that's going to help facilitate that relationship building?
Yes, currently that would be a contractor position. The initiative here, as we've been talking about, is to engage the community to find out what is really wanted. If the community decided that, graphic, you really should hire someone, full-time, they probably would take that in consideration if the community wanted to see someone engaging with them on a regular basis. Currently, we don't know what the community wants, but we wanted to have an independent individual that would go out into the community that will focus on this full-time this year to get the analyzation. We as city staff only have so much time, so much capabilities, and graphic packaging recognized that and pretty much has stepped up to identify hopefully an individual that can be forthright in getting the information that's needed to be successful.
And then the last question I just had for you is, I know listening to a lot of residents and concerns and whatnot, definitely on the hearts of a lot of people is just, health and, just quality of life, right? No matter where you are in the city, that's something we want to strive to make sure everybody has a great, healthy environment and, great quality of life. In discussions with the CBA, a community benefits agreement, were there any discussions about like trying to find ways and strategies to apply that grant funding to implement into strategies that are going to do those things for the neighborhood?
Yeah, I think one of the things that was talked about is how does graphic build trust with communication? Not just stating what it wants to do, but getting feedback on how to do it. On the health issue, I think they're willing to listen. We did not discuss the health issue as the steering committee because we knew that Eagle and the state of Michigan was working on that, including the city assisting in that process. So that was a set aside that would have to be discussed by quote unquote higher powers than the steering team. But the steering team and graphic understood that this was an issue that would be discussed probably with the community liaison person and probably would get feedback from the community on how to address that issue or how graphic could assist in better communicating the situation.
In that multi-use site, and the grant dollars could conceivably be used for something that could improve, quality of life in a site, or, bringing to an opportunity to that site to improve quality of life, whether it be through access to, activities or, recreation or those sort of things.
And that is true if the community wants that. The key factor is going to be the community involvement over the next 8 months, working with the community liaison to identify what are some of the additional variables that, quote unquote, can be brought forth to the community and to graphic so that it'll make adjustments as necessary for doing some of the things that you spoke of.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez.
Yes. Is there a reason why this community benefits agreement didn't happen when the 53rd Commission, I believe it was the 53rd Commission that voted on the expansion?
Yes, pretty much the first time. You're talking about the first initiative? Pretty much mainly because it hasn't been done before. This is our first time doing this. It's something that we've recommended in the past, but this is the first implementation of this initiative. And it pretty much was discussed by city staff that this was an option that the commission should take into account on the second extension, since they wanted more involvement with the community. We recommended that we use the CBA to have not only involvement, but as they say, legal commitment of that involvement. You can always get organizations say what they want to do or plan on doing, but it makes a difference when you get an agreement signed that commits them to doing what they say they're going to do. And so the commission at the time stated that they wanted not only graphic packaging to participate, but they only gave a 1-year extension to see how they would participate and see what they would pull together so that it would set the foundation for something to be built on. So this is the foundation to build on that's being voted on tonight, not the final product.
So we had a lot of concerns come in, and for the sake of trust and transparency on behalf of graphic packaging, can you see how it looks like a lack of trust?
I think it looks like a lack of trust. The answer is yes. But I think it looks like a lack of trust because literally Graphic hasn't had an ongoing community relationship with the city and the residents for 100 years. This CBA literally, by the past commission, required graphic packaging to step up to the table and say, we will be involved with the community. We will commit to be involved with the community. There has not been in the past, in tax abatements, CBA's done to require, and that's the key, to require the business industry to be engaged with the community. This was that step to initiate that engagement and have that commitment over a longer period of time. Now, the key is with that is that the period of time only goes with the tax abatement. So this period of 8 months for this agreement only goes, I mean, it literally only goes 8 months. With the extension, whatever the extension, if approved by this commission, would then go along with that amendment and also time period.
Okay. Now, shifting gears towards health effects, right? Our community, and you've heard in some of the comments and individuals who called in with their concerns about what's being emitted from graphic packaging and health effects, right? What is being emitted from there? Does it cause health issues?
I don't have the expertise to answer that question. I'm not sure if our staff has expertise to answer that question. That's mainly why EGLE and the state of Michigan is involved with this process, is to determine, is that an issue? Is that a concern? And they're doing the research to come to that conclusion.
Wouldn't it be, it feels like without that information, how can we legitimize the concerns of our community without knowing and saying, well, this agreement's going to be good? So for me, it seems like waiting for that report and understanding what's happening so we can unravel this in a way that is taking care of our people in the city and also creating that economic development at the same time in a safe way. So that being said, I feel like it's almost like we're prematurely trying to establish an agreement without understanding the real effect of what's been taking place. And so I just want to share that because I always tell people, tomorrow has not come yet. Yesterday is gone. All we have is today. And what we understand in today, we have to adjust and move accordingly. And so without having the proper information about if what is coming out of graphic packaging is causing health issues, how can we establish details that are going to hold graphic packaging accountable in a community benefits agreement without all the information that is needed? Because we don't know. And it's concerning to me that we are trying to make a decision based off the details we have now. So I just wanted to make that that comment, and just really have us think about that.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Hess.
Thank you, Antonio, for being here. First of all, there's a few. We heard several of the callers say that they want to apply for relocation. I don't know where that came from or if you know anything about that, or if you could speak to that for the general public.
No, I do not know where that's come from. Have not been informed of any actions in that area. I'm not sure if Graphic Packaging knows where that's come from. The answer is no. So we have no additional feedback as staff on the city side or Graphic Packaging on where that request is coming from.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't heard of that earlier. So I'd be curious at this point to hear from Graphic and to ask them really, what have you heard in this CBA? What is your intent moving forward? Do you see a difference in how you're doing business moving forward and engaging with the community, having not done this before in your business model?
Thanks, Commissioner Hess. Andy Johnson with Graphic Packaging. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs. So to answer your question, the way we see this community benefits agreement coming together is dealing with some near-term issues, right? Because this is an 8-month program right now. And so we looked at, as we built this program, is what can we do in the next 8 months to make progress? And establishing a baseline in the community survey is one way of doing that. Engaging with leaders within the community is another way of doing that. At the local job fair was another thing we could do in the short term to make progress. We're waiting for the reports to come out. There is that health study that's being done. That's not here, and we can't react to that until we get to see that. We certainly can work on some things now. The steering team talked about concerns around youth activities and youth development, and we really sounded on the multi-use site as a way to address that. Okay, so we can do that right now in the next 8 months as we're waiting for the other reports to come out. So that's how we approached it. How will we act differently going forward? We will be plugging into the leadership groups. Our team will be working with them. We're going to use our community relations liaison as a conduit to that process. We understand there's concerns about Graphic. There's a lack of trust. So we wanted to contract with someone who could help us go through that process and build that relationship. And that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Andy.
Other questions? Commissioner Hoffman?
Thank you. I don't have a question, and thank you for the tour this morning. The new build is wonderful. As it pertains to this community benefits agreement, Director Bonner, our DEI director, stated this 2 weeks ago. We need to become transformational and not transactional. And this community benefits agreement, to me, is a transactional document. It's almost like checking the box because we could have gone much deeper in this community benefits agreement. We heard some things today about financial assistance with health costs. You know, there are things we could have put in here about DEI. What does that look like for Graphic Packaging, and how can that have a ripple effect into our community? So I would like to see us go a little deeper within this community benefits agreement to really get some of that feedback from people who actually live on the north side in those neighborhoods that are affected before we commit to something like this. This does not have any teeth to it. To do a job fair is wonderful. They happen all the time, but it does not guarantee that the people in that community will get a job. And so I would like to see this have a little more meat and teeth to it. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Vice Mayor?
Okay, so I wrote down my thing so I can say what I really was. First of all, I think Graphic Packaging makes substantial contributions to this community. I think you offer good jobs that pay good wages. You contribute heavily to the community with your taxes. But someone is paying the cost of the operation of Graphic Packaging. And that is the people that live nearby, the people on the north side and the east side of Kalamazoo. The people from the north side and the east side are paying the cost with quality of life issues. And I think a community benefits agreement is a good idea. But the community benefits agreement that's on offer is far from addressing the costs that people in those communities are paying. It seemed to me an adequate community benefits agreement would include such things as eliminating the expensive odor that people in the community are experiencing. It might include a stronger commitment to hiring people in the community. Thank you. It might include expanding the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the plant. It might include, as my colleague has pointed out, childcare for employees. And we don't know the health effects of the expulsions from graphics packaging. We do know that in the immediate neighborhood, life expectancy is 14 years less than the highest census tract in the community. And we do know that that is totally unacceptable and that has to change. I don't believe that that is solely the responsibility of graphics packaging, but we're hopeful that we're going to get a report back from the state that could help us sort that out. So I believe that a a community benefits agreement shouldn't be with the city commission. I think it should be with the people of the North Side. And I don't think you need us to approve this for you to begin a dialogue with the people of the North Side and ask them what would be an adequate community benefits agreement for them. So I think that that's the next step.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Pradle.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this last few days, and you know, one thing that I really appreciate about this process is that at no point has the city and graphic packaging turned their backs on each other. Because if I know one thing for sure, nothing's going to happen if we don't work together, you know, to try to, you know, make sure to come to adequate solutions for the community. And, you know, I know that for a fact that it makes a difference because, you know, just in the short time I've been here, I've seen how that working together works, you know. So I know that in terms of how to treat the water that leaves graphic packaging now, it has the peroxide treatment that didn't happen before. I know we're investing millions of dollars into carbon scrubbers in our systems, and taking efforts that might, for the first time in my lifetime, might mean that we actually might be able to say that there's not a smell on the northeast side. We've set up sensors, and you guys actually added extra sensors. And, you know, I have a lot of confidence that if we weren't working together to do that, that wouldn't be possible. And so I hope with, you know, the observations that we're making, you know, here tonight is saying, hey, let's figure out how to rise larger than this, isn't taken in a way that we want to turn backs on working to come with solutions together. You know, I think what it means is that we know that we can rise to something better together. You know, I think one of the things that I just observed is, and I think you said it best, I didn't think of the quote at the time, but about Dorla Bonner, who's a director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, talking about making transformation, not transactions. And the biggest thing to me is as you listen to callers and, you know, we've responded and listened to emails and whatnot, that the bottom line, what the community is saying, whether it's entirely graphic packaging or not, which we recognize that, you know, it can't just be one entity that causes all the systemic racist, you know, outcomes of a redlined area of our community. But overarching, if you could summarize in the cliff notes of what everybody's saying, is like, I'm concerned about my quality of life and my health. And I think it's important that we take a deep breath and let that resonate. And when we think of the strategies and the ways that we want to work together, that we really keep that in mind. And, you know, one of the ideas that I shared earlier today is one of the leading outcomes of like environmental justice and health in a community is the concentration of trees in an urban neighborhood, you know? Maybe we make, last year, we planted, I think, 300 trees, as part of FFE funding, which was awesome. It's so cool to see all those pop up in the right-of-ways. But they also did a study last year that said, in the city of Kalamazoo alone, just in the right-of-ways, there are 12,000 spots that need a tree because they decayed or they went away. And I have to believe a large portion of those are in the two neighborhoods we're describing in this agreement. Then you're talking about something, because that's going to improve quality of life and the quality of the air. And so, I don't mean to diminish the work that was done in this, because I know a lot of people put a lot of hard work and time into it. And I know, including the residents from CDAC who are part of this process. But I just challenge us to kind of think and reconsider some ways that we can be creative, that we can really address what, at the bottom line of what people are really caring about, matters to them. So.
I have a question.
Commissioner Hess.
So this agreement on the board tonight is for 8 months. Is it just for 8 months, and then moving forward, there would be another agreement, or we would continue and add information to the agreement as we see fit and as studies come back?
Yes, so for clarification, last commission that required this agreement to be part of the tax abatement required to have something by April of this month, which was brought forth. The initiative is the community engagement part. If this commission wanted to extend that time period, you have that right to extend that. With the understanding, though, that you're still dealing with the 8-month time period of this existing tax abatement. That's the key. Now, you could extend it with the expectations that graphic packaging will come back and request an additional extension that will then carry on this extension into that process going forth. So you have the flexibility as a commission to make adjustments as necessary to really get the community engagement initiative right underneath your eyes as this current commission. So the city attorney can assist with if I'm saying anything incorrect or need some adjustments.
No, I mean, it's tied to the tax abatement.
Yep.
The current tax abatement ends at the end of this year. If graphic packaging wants an extension, and there are some years left that they can ask for, they'll have to come back to this commission in September or October at the latest and ask for that extension. Now, it couldn't be anywhere from, I think they've got 10 years left they can ask for, so they can ask for anywhere from 1 to 10 more years. And depending on what the commission decides to do in granting that request, you could say no. And if you say no, then there's no need for a community benefits agreement because it's tied to the tax abatement.
Correct.
Other comments or questions? Commissioner Pradel.
I guess it would be kind of a question, but it's a comment as well. As I think the part that I struggle with in this kind of situation is, the 53rd Commission in the fall, said, hey, let's do something different we haven't done before, right? And obviously, we all haven't been a part of every little minutia part of the process, because that's why we pay, really smart folks and brilliant folks like you and the team from CP E&D. And so I think the thing that I guess for me that I'm struggling with too is I get that a lot of work went into this. It took several months to get to this point. And so if we were to say tonight, well, we really would like to see something different, I'd imagine that there's probably at least another 3 months to this, right?
Correct.
So then you run the risk of realistically we're getting to the point where we're already going to be making a decision about another another tax abatement extension, whatever that looks like, right? So, I mean, basically what we'd be saying is if hey, go back to the drawing board, what we're effectively saying is no benefit happens to the community for this year, right? So I mean, my initial thought, just kind of processing this here for a second, would be, I mean, the option is like something this year or nothing this year, but let's give more concrete feedback based on what we're seeing and say, hey, you know, when we're doing the next year tied to the next community benefits agreement, these are some things we might really like to see, you know, because I don't know, it's kind of feels like, you know, it's like, hey, we want you to do this, but we don't know necessarily what it looks like, and then you get it here and it's not quite what you want to see, but, you know, I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but, that's just my thought, because, I mean, again, if we vote to do nothing, there's not going to be anything that happens as any kind of a benefit, you know, this year.
I'm okay with that because what I think what is more important is not allowing a cheap version of a community benefits agreement to happen if it's not going to suffice in a way that's going to take care of our people. I'm tired of seeing people of color not being taken care of in a way like they deserve. And at the end of the day, you're right. I'm okay with you guys going back to the drawing board and figuring it out and putting some more teeth and meat to this. That's how much it shows the community that you're trying to build trust and you care. And so for me, a job fair, we see job fairs all the time. But that doesn't mean people of color are going to get those jobs. That doesn't mean people of color are going to be in those leadership positions. There is no weight to this for me, like you said, Commissioner Hoffman. And it's super imperative that we look at how we do things different when it comes to taking care of people in our community and doing it the right way. And so for me, I get it. You're right. It's not dismissing the work that's put into this. It's adding to. And so could it be, Attorney Roberts, you can tell me, because I don't know, could it be that when it comes time to for graphic packaging to request an extension on the tax abatement, could it be determined by the community benefits agreement? And when they come back, they can say, this is what we're doing, and this is what we're asking of graphic packaging to come back with. Some concrete, real stuff, you know? And it be determined if they get that extension or not by the agreement or by what they bring back to us.
Well, and I don't have the statute in front of me, but there are certain requirements for the tax abatement, things that you can consider. And there's things that you focus on because the statute requires you to look at those factors. When you start adding things not in the statute, and you're saying, well, this is what we want, but it's not in the law, then you run afoul and of putting in standards that are you're thinking of things you're making a decision on factors that you're not permitted to make. So I'd have to look at the statute to be sure, but that's what kind of got us into this community benefits agreement last year or last fall, because there was a concern by the commission at the time that there had to be more to it, because graphic packaging, you're coming to the city, you're wanting a tax abatement, we have the ability to say yes or no, and by the way, even if the commission had said no, the state still could have said yes. So know that you don't have the ultimate veto power. Now, I think the state would give a great deal of weight to your decision, but they're not bound by it. So that said, you have to look at the factors that you have to consider under the tax abatement statute, and we were asking for a little bit more. And so, and the other thing is that, and it's been mentioned by one of the commenters, there's graphic packaging is currently involved in a lawsuit. There's certain things that is going to tie their hands that they can't do because they've got to make sure what they're doing on the left hand is not going to injure their position in court on the right hand. So they have to be very careful, and that's why the steering committee stayed away from some of those issues, because they are in litigation.
Commissioner Hoffman? No? Okay. Manager Ritzman.
Yeah, just kind of add to what Attorney Robinson said, and then looking back at the 53rd Commission when this was all talked about, I do recall, this is just for context, requesting a tax abatement is an option that Graphic chooses. If they choose not to request a tax abatement, then, I mean, the project's done, everything is done. It's only, the only leverage we have is with the request for a tax abatement, and as City Attorney Robinson said. So going back to the discussion, I just wanted to bring this kind of the context to it, was let's talk to them now while we have this 1 year, and then, like has been said before, build on that if they do come forward with another request. So I just wanted to kind of harken back to when this was all put together, because I know with this current commission, you're all getting this, in April, when everything that was done to lead to this was done under a previous commission. So
I'd have to disagree with that, because if we're policymakers, if we make policy in this city, then that determines how we have a relationship with corporations that are in our city, right? So then therefore it's not done, because we, at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to this community, responsibility to creating policy that is just and for all people. So the flip side of that coin, Manager Ritzma, is that we can create policy that will determine how graphic packaging operates in our city. And so I just disagree with that. Yes, at this moment, it will be done. But that doesn't mean that it's done forever, because we have that power and that opportunity to create policy, right?
Other comments, Commissioner Prado?
And appreciate your comment, Commissioner Juarez, too. But I think because I remember having this conversation in the fall, and I think like the thought process is like the tax abatement could be a policy. It is a policy decision, So that in itself is, one of the policy decisions that we actually have in our purview, and the community benefits agreement, which they agreed to do with us, is another policy that we have in our purview to do too. So I'm not saying not trying to diminish to say that there's not more, but I would argue a good example is if we had just said, hey, yep, we're going to approve all 12 years. That's a policy decision, because effectively what that's saying is hey, you're good to go. We're not going to talk to you for another 12 years, right? But I'm looking to my former colleague from the 53rd Commission, because former Commissioner Cunningham was the one who brought that forward to say, hey, put on the brakes for a second. Let's talk this through. And pumping the brakes and talking it through with a tax abatement on a smaller increment year is a policy decision. And that was very intentional. And even just the community benefits agreement, we could have just said, hey, we're just going to approve it for the year and then approve it again at another year. But that 53rd Commission made a conscious decision, and particularly, again, led by Commissioner Cunningham, so I don't want to refute that either, but, said, hey, we're going to do something a little bit different. We see this trend around the country that people are starting to utilize, where corporations and communities are working together to say, hey, let's give a little bit more to each other, so it doesn't feel so much like, we're just doing a bunch off our backs. Let's get a commitment that's prescribed and committed by law to say that we're going to do something a little bit more. And so I just wanted to say that, because I felt like it's important to add that for, because there was a lot of talk about that in the fall last year and the year before, whatever. So for whatever it's worth, but that's not limiting, in terms of things that you can do as a community either. But those two were very powerful tools that you can use to work together and try to come together at a table to do something different, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah.
Thanks, Commissioner Prado. Manager Ritzman.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Prado. Commissioner Juarez, I was not suggesting that this current commission can't do anything relative to policy. It was more setting the context from where we came from and how we got here today, and how that all played out. So
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think part of it is that, again, if we're going to create a Kalamazoo that's thriving and equitable, like Chief Coakley said, that's prosperous for all. Like, we got to think a little bit different, right? And I know I'm a little abrasive, right? Because this is super important. This is super important. And I wouldn't be passionate about it if it wasn't, right? And I think that's the difference, right? And so could we request that graphic packaging kind of go back to the drawing board and bring something a little bit more concrete to us that is, you know, creating that prosperity for everybody, you know? That's it.
Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Antonio, and Mr. Johnson, and your team for putting together all of this information. I guess I do have to echo what my fellow commissioners here are also saying. We talked a lot today, about some of the things that are going on within graphic packaging today. And again, thank you again for the tour. What I understand and what I hear from I believe most of the commission is that we are united. And also the community, that we are united for the health of our residents. And they have had many years of concern of what GPI is putting out into the air. I am curious to know what that EGLE report is going to say, just so we can compare these two things side by side, and so that we are able to make an educated decision within for the residents of the city of Kalamazoo. I kind of want to talk about what Commissioner Praedel said about, the trees that are, almost no longer in the north and the east side. And we talked about that today. I believe it was with the ticket program. And I said I was going to have an ask. So that could be one of the asks that, if it comes back with this agreement, to really have that in there. Because that is something that, we need on the east side, and we need in the areas. That helps with the CO2 and the air quality, and also getting back into the schools. So we heard a lot of stuff here today. Again, I think that we could have a little bit more robust plan. And if wanting, I know you say that you have the 8 months before you're able to do something. And you want to get out into the community and see what's going out there, where, if we want to get it done quicker, if you want to get it done quicker within 8 months, then maybe we need to get another community relations liaison to help with the one that you have right now, to kind of double team and get that information that you need sooner rather than later. So, I do have to agree, again, with the job fairs also. I think the job fairs are great, but I don't know if you've heard some of the residents and listened to what they say, especially if we're marketing to individuals that are on the north side and on the east side. Being transparent and being open, is what's really going to want to make them come work at GPI if they choose to. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, thoughts, concerns?
Okay,
Commissioner Hess.
question. I just want a point of clarification here. So should we approve this evening, the CBA moves forward. Is it set in stone into these 4 items, or can it grow? Can we move forward with other things? And again, it's really only for these 8 months until another abatement would come our way. Is that correct?
Yes. So the key is that, like you said, this is a recommendation literally to cover the 8 months. In this time period, the CBA component can be enhanced, so when they come back for extension, request extension, they can have additional information and more teeth to
Because they may
the
have
extension.
information from a
Yes.
survey, and information will keep coming and informing and educating and moving us forward.
Correct.
If we turn this down this evening, we don't even get that. Is that correct?
That is correct as well.
I'm reminded of Henry Ford's quote. You've heard it a lot. Even before the CBA, we weren't working together with Graphic.
Correct.
Henry Ford said, coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. I don't believe we're probably working together yet, but we are staying together. We're coming together around an initial agreement that could find itself to be, to have more teeth, to have more of our community values in it. I don't want to throw a baby out with the bathwater.
Thanks, Commissioner Hess. Other thoughts or comments? All right, so I'm going to make a few comments here. So I want to make sure that, we're clear and the community is clear what we're doing. This is not a vote if we take it tonight on a tax abatement. That's clear, right? A vote on a tax abatement happened last fall with the previous commission. One of the requirements that came out of that was go to work, graphics and community, put a community benefits agreement structure in place, and come back to the next commission by April with that document. So that's how that happened. In 6 months, we're going to be discussing whether to grant an extension of this tax abatement. So that's coming right up on us in about 6 months. That's where we start talking about it. We can't wait until the end of December and do it. There are various steps that have to be gone through. So that has to, we need to take those actions and at least begin no later than October, I would say, for that to occur in a timely fashion. I also just wanted to make sure that we all recognize that other things are occurring. Ongoing monitoring is happening and will continue. Graphics is doing that. We're doing that on the wastewater side. The Eagle investigation is going on. Back last fall, we had no idea that we were not going to have the results of that Eagle investigation by April. That was kind of one of the reasons we thought, well, hey, we'll have all that in the door, help inform this. Still don't have it, but that's going on. The city is investing millions in the wastewater treatment plant, big investment there to make sure that as much as possible, the wastewater treatment plant is not a contributing factor to air quality and health concern issues. So we're doing that. City, we're doing that. Also, I will suggest that Graphic has already instituted some modifications in their processes, that's already happened, to attempt to address these issues that we're talking about. So all that's still going on. It's not going to stop no matter how we vote. All right, that's all happening. All that good work is happening. So for me, I am very sensitive to our discussion about how do we get here? We want communication and dialogue. We want community benefits. And the question is, in this moment, for this agreement, for this year, is this robust enough? I don't think it takes any individual with, particular deep insight to recognize that I don't think the votes are here to accept this benefits agreement in its current iteration tonight. That's just what I'm guessing. Could be wrong. But as I listen to comments and understand our discussion, I would suggest the votes are not here. Anyone who's more than welcome to correct me if they think I'm wrong on that. But, so I'm going to offer maybe an interim idea. What if we postpone this action to a date certain and we asked this group of people, there's community folks involved. Great people live in the neighborhood, community folks. I want to thank all those folks who've participated in this. Let's not dismiss them. Let's not say the work you've been doing doesn't count for anything, or have not done a good job, let's keep that crew involved. There's certainly been broader discussion tonight, which is public, which maybe can help inform some of that stuff. Maybe we could ask at this point, because I do like the idea that we do have something. This will be a document that people will sign. Graphics will sign this document. I like the idea of that. So, and this is for this year, 2022. And we're going to be talking about this in 6 months, and we'll have a chance more so even then to discuss this more broadly. But this gives a basis, an idea of what a relationship looks like that's codified in a community benefits agreement. I think there's some value in that, and not just saying, hey, do some good things and we're going to wait to hear about it, but we don't know what's going to happen. I like the idea of codifying this relationship in some way. So that all said, I'm just proposing, make it speedy. We want to postpone this to a date certain. I mean, put it a month off. I really hate to see us just dragging our feet on this and not having something that we feel at least comfortable for signing for this year. And we say, we've heard some conversation. Are there some ways you can beef this up and come back to us with that, and we'll look at it again. I'm just proposing that idea.
I am
Mr. Huffman?
open to that. I am open to that. I think if we had a little more time, we could have more input, and maybe we will know and be able to meet with the liaison as well. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd serve our community and be more informed in our decision making when it comes to this. At the end of the day, we don't want to ostracize graphic packaging. They do amazing by providing jobs and what they provided to Kalamazoo at the end of the day. And I think the work they're doing is super important to adjust and to create different outcomes. And at the same time, caring for the community, I think it probably deserves that.
There's no use going through that exercise, I guess, if there's not some inclination, and it's going to be a little hard to read that where we are here, about looking back at what is being proposed and seeing, is there any work that could happen between now and a date certain? I mean, we could choose a month out or whatever. Do you think that that is time that could be used productively? So I guess I'll ask that of team members. Sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
There's already work going on right now in anticipation of the vote because we need to move forward. There's just not a lot of time. And I heard the comment transformational. That takes more than 8 months. It takes a vision, it takes a goal, and it takes steps to get there. We have been constrained with a framework of time. And what we'd ask for from the commissioners is that the framework and the time frame be consistent. As we've gone through this process, it keeps changing on us. And we're going to have a difficult time getting something put together. So we'd ask you to give us a framework and some boundaries to work within that we can stay consistent with. And I know there was a change in commissioners, but that is a gap that we have. We can't put together a long-term plan when you have less than a year to get it done. Right? So that's the one thing. We have hired, I brought on the community relations liaison. And it's former Commissioner Eric Cunningham, who's sitting in the room with us today. Eric and I have had meetings with a organization that can conduct a survey, so we can get that community survey completed. We've got the first part of that and steps in the process that we're working through right now. We started doing that in anticipation of this, just like we've done in other situations. The work we're doing with Eagle on order, we've been implementing things that we've been talking about with Eagle, but anticipation that it's going to move forward. We started implementing those things. And those things, the graphic packaging has been done without the formal agreement in place, but it's being proactive to get it done. And we're not getting credit for that because we're not talking about that, but that's the things that we've been doing to get ahead of this thing because we're just running out of time. So if you want to talk about transformational, let's talk about more time to be able to what does that transformation look like, right? What is a relationship with a company like Graphic Packaging or other companies within this community look like if you're going to transform the community? And what does that look like? It's a much broader communication and discussion, and it takes a village to make things like those happen. But right now we're talking just graphic, and what you're asking us to do is a heavy lift, lift the whole entire community up. I think you need to look more broadly at this, and how can it come together in a different framework, okay? So we were happy to move into the program. We had the discussions. We had community leaders participate in this. We got the feedback from the community leaders. They went back and got feedback from their folks and came back to us. So it's been an open dialogue. If we need to have more folks, who are those folks that you want to be at the table with us? If those community leaders are not adequate, that's what we'd like to get from these commissioners. But right now what you're doing is you're putting us in a situation where we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to do some of this stuff and get it done. We thought that the job fair, and I know it's been viewed as trivial, but we were not doing job fairs that would allow the local folks to participate. Location, and as you can see, the feedback we've got from the community is not very positive about graphic. Who wants to work at graphic? So we have to spend some time building that relationship with the folks that are nearby. So they'll want to come to the job fair, and they'll want to talk to graphic about a position and an opportunity in a career. And that's what this is about. So the part of the community relations liaison will help us do that and open a dialogue with folks. And I think the Commissioner Hess, you said it, these are steps that we're going to have to take, right? And so we have some work to do there, and we recognize that. And we're here to say we're willing to do that. It may not meet your expectations, but we also are trying to work within a very tight time frame to make some results.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Commissioner
Morris?
Yeah, so I think I appreciate your comments, but people of color have been mistreated for a very long time in this nation. And it is concerning to me that your comments are bound by time when we know the injustices that continue to be perpetuated in ways that doesn't make sense. Now, we're not saying that, hey, you know, it's this or nothing. What we're saying is allow the community some grace to build that trust with you. Allow the community to understand that you actually care about them. I've learned this in my time in doing ministry in the streets, being in nonprofits, being on boards, leadership boards for denominations. People don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. And if you can show that to this community, I guarantee you, you'll have people who come to your job wanting to work at Graphic Packaging because you took the time to care. You took the time to humanize them and their concerns. Now I get it. You got a bottom line. I get it. But at the end of the day, we have an obligation to the people of this community. Not just in economic development, but in their health too. So if you look at it, if you put these two things on the scale, does one outweigh the other? For me, it doesn't. They're both the same. They have equality. And we're not saying that, you know, you can make a decision to say, whatever, we're done, that's it. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But I feel like if you really want to build trust in the community, and if you really want people to care about what you're doing in that building, because the facility is beautiful, is amazing. The jobs you guys provide to people is amazing. But we're trying to get to a deeper issue, a broader issue. So just as you extend that to us, we extend that to you. I extend that to you. This is not going to happen. Like you said, yeah, it's going to take steps. It's going to take time. But you got to realize that we have been trying to establish reconciliation in ways where we can see that being perpetuated from corporations that make a lot of money. And I want us to, like, again, like Commissioner Hess said, this is not like, oh, you know, it's our way or the highway. I hope you're not hearing that, because there is some major concerns. And if we're going to be part of the solution, then let's keep having those conversations.
Other thoughts? Well, for lack of a better suggestion, I'm still going to suggest postponing to a date certain. I don't know what we get if we vote and vote it down tonight. I really don't know what we get. We get the opportunity to have a discussion about this again in 6 months as we're talking about the next, tax abatement request. So, I don't know if that has any resonance with anybody here, that idea, but there'd have to be a motion if that's what we're going to do. Commissioner Praedel.
I guess my question is if you're saying, if you're saying you need more time, we're saying we're not ready with where it is now. I don't know what a realistic timeline is, both for the steering committee, but also for the company itself and city staff, just making a unilateral decision up here. And I wonder if it would make more sense to say the target is just when the new abatement renewal is up in the fall, and then tie the CBA to that abatement, if that makes any sense. So that would give 6 months to 8 months to tie it in to when the next decision is, so you can make those decisions in one lump and give people adequate time to really think it through, collect the feedback. I would hope that maybe the surveying and stuff could maybe still happen even if it's not tied to a CBA, but I don't know. What are your thoughts about that?
Yes.
That's another option.
Yeah, it's not like we want to hold graphic packaging hostage, and we don't want the community to be held hostage neither. So is graphic packaging willing? That's the concern right now.
Willing to do what?
To go back to the drawing board, like Mayor Anderson suggested, and to reconsider what this agreement looks like. Beyond just a job fair and a couple other things that were in the 4 recommendations.
What time frame would we be considering?
I'll go back to it again. We're only talking about like 8 months that are left here.
Yeah.
So, you can do a lot in 8 months. It's very difficult to do things in 3 months, right? So, to be a good partner at the table and to give ourselves time to think it through, to give time to survey. Again, if you bring it back a month from now, we're going to be potentially having the same conversation, because what happens if you come back and then we're still not, like, reach higher? Okay, come back a month later. Okay, reach higher, come back another month. And then by the time you get it, you're basically to the renewal in the fall. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, let's tie it to the fall renewal. Gives people a chance to kind of regroup as people who are part of the CDAC groups, representatives and city staff and whatever, to kind of regroup based on this feedback, tie it to the renewal so that they can all both just happen at one time. And then you start out of the gate 2023 with, renewal or not, and hopefully a CBA plan that we both can live with and we're happy with, that we feel like does it. And then it also buys additional time too, because if the state report comes out,
Right.
there's 8 more months where potentially that you could have a little bit more information from that. So, that would be my recommendation if we're not going to make a decision on it tonight. Yeah.
Commissioner Hess?
I'm wondering if we need to have a CBA if it was tied to our vote with the previous commission.
We're the current policy-setting board, so we are not bound by that request. So no.
Clyde could probably check in this too, but I think it was to present a plan by April. It doesn't necessarily say vote on a plan by April.
I'd say 6 months, because we're going to be considering it in 6 months anyhow, and I'm hearing that they need that much time to come back with another proposal. Now they have somebody in place. Commissioner Cunningham has great credibility in the community, and they should be able to get some things done and come back with us in that time.
I'd be okay with that. I like that. That's a good suggestion, Commissioner Praedel.
And the other thing too is, each time that we have these discussions as a commission, which I'm not saying we shouldn't have, it's absolutely great to have this conversation that has never really happened. But I guarantee you, like graphic packaging has never been in these chambers, or the virtual chambers, if you will, more than they've been in the last year. So these discussions make a difference, right? So, you know, but in the same respect too, we gotta be reasonable and, you know, give them time to do their due diligence and give us our time to do our due diligence and make sure that, you know, because this is my fear. If we're like, hey, we need something a month from now, you know, again, my worry is that we're just gonna be we're back where we're here, right here, you know, and saying, come back another month, you know? And so, you know, I think that's fair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Manager Ritzma.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And I do appreciate the discussion and the more time. I think what would be helpful is, not now, but for us to receive input from the commission on what that mark is, or at least in the framework of the mark, so we don't come back in the fall and have fallen short of that again. So if we could get that input, you know, in this short time, and then as everyone else has indicated, you know, a survey, hopefully a study that's released, all of that can be brought forward in 6 months and presented as a whole.
And the fact of the matter is, Attorney Robinson, do you have something to say?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, there doesn't need to be a signed community benefits agreement for any of this to happen anyway. I mean, so that is certainly the case. Did you have a, Attorney
No,
Robinson?
I was going to suggest, if that's the desire of the commission, that the parliamentary tool that you may want to consider is to postpone indefinitely. That basically kills this particular item, but you've already communicated to graphic packaging, to staff, to the community, what you expect to see if graphic packaging comes back this fall with a request for an extension on the abatement.
May I have a motion to that effect? Do we have to?
Could we get, are you okay with that?
I'm not really sure what the expectations are.
So 6 months, go back to the drawing board. Tied to the renewal. This motion be nixed.
This motion was tied to the abatement for this year.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we're changing it to be tied to the renewal. And I just want to make sure I understand. I know you guys can make policy, right? So you're going to dissolve the current arrangement and expectation and set a new one for us that's out 6 months. Is that what we're doing?
I didn't hear all of that, but.
The way it would be set up, and this is what, I know we keep using the 6 month, but the thought process is that it would be tied to whenever the renewal is coming up for a vote to us again.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of you and your team having to be back here before that other thing and having this discussion again about a community benefits agreement, we're building in more time to work with the steering committee, talk to your team, we talk and share our visions of what it could include. We share that with the steering committee, and then that gives a little extra time built in based on trying to collect that feedback, so that then the target for a collective knock it out of the park community benefits agreement would be for the fall when we're considering the renewal. Because the alternative is that either we just reject it, or there's, you know, we would be asking hey, could you bring it back before the does that make sense?
It kind of does, but what I need to understand is if we're going to talk about transformative, is this, you know, are we going to come back and say, okay, for 23, we go through the same program in 1 year, or are we talking multiple years? I mean, you know, what, you know, how do we put together how this would come together as a program, right? Because it's one of the things we struggle with the group is we didn't have a lot of time, and you guys are removing that, I think, but I'm not sure. Okay, so if the request later this year is for an extension to the tax abatement, the last 2 times was 1 year, right? That's what we received, and so how are we gonna reconcile that?
I love the give and take, right? It's what this is about, right? This is about us coming together and figuring this out. Yeah, want to make a suggestion, but I want it to be a suggestion that is fair to graphic packaging and the people of Kalamazoo, right?
Well, could I make a suggestion? I mean, you guys, one of the next steps was for the commissioners to come together with some expectations, right? And maybe we work with that to see what those expectations look like. That will help set what will it take to achieve those expectations, right? And that'll give us that framework to work within. We can come back and say we can do it in 2 days, or it's going to take 20 years, right? So we can work with something like that. It's going to take a village, or it's going to take graphic packaging by themselves, right? Because that's kind of what we're working on right now. There's broad issues. You talk about very large, broad issues. We're just looking at north side and east side. What can we do to build a better relationship and offer opportunity and address the concerns that those communities have? Okay. So if we can get that feedback, that would be very helpful for us as we work as a team to put together what would this look like. Okay.
Appreciate that, Mr. Johnson. Attorney Robinson.
For the new commissioners, let me tell you why we're here today and how we got here. Initially, back in 2020, the recommendation was for a 6 and 6, but commission said
6 years and 6 years.
6 years and 6 years, and that's consistent with our policy. And because that's the maximum, you get a 12-year tax abatement under the law. What the commission passed in 2020 was a 1, 2, 3, and then a 6. The state of Michigan said, no, you can't do that because what you're doing is you're breaking it up, and so you either have to say a 1, and so that what they did is they said, oh, we appreciate what you're trying to do, but we think that the only way you can do it is we're only going to consider that for that first year. So we came back last year, and I don't remember what the suggestion was at that time, but ultimately the commission only approved another 1-year term. So now Graphic has basically another 10 years they can request. What I'm hearing Mr. Johnson say is that doing 1-year agreements really ties our hands. It's really hard to do something transformative when you only have a 1-year period to do something in, because they don't have to come back. I might suggest that without tying your hands, you can certainly signal that you would be warm to the idea that maybe a 4-year agreement that would be considered with a robust community benefits agreement tied to that. Again, I'm not trying to tie your hands, but what the commission seems to be asking for and what Mr. Johnson is indicating is that it's hard to deliver in a 1-year term. And what we'd like, I think what I'm hearing him say is that we'd like a little more time if you want to do something a little more robust. So you have some ability to accommodate that, but again, you've got to be willing to say, we're not going to go on a 1 year time frame.
That was the suggestion I was going to make, that we make it a 3-year renewal process with a robust community agreement. I think that's fair, but it has to be robust. It has to. It just, like, you know, if graphic packaging is expecting us to make these decisions on behalf of them, graphic packaging has to be able to expect to make decisions on behalf of the community too, when it comes to health. So for me, I think a 3-year renewal process seems ideal with the details of that robust community agreement.
And I just want to make one more observation. Again, my computer's not working in the chambers this evening, so I can't look up the statute, but you are somewhat constrained by the factors in the statute. So you can't consider factors outside of the statute in saying yes or no to the abatement. But what graphic packaging is willing to show is that we're willing to consider, they are willing to consider a community benefits agreement as part of that equation. But you can't say yes or no on the basis of a community benefits agreement. You have to look at the factors in the statute in saying yes or no to the abatement.
So bringing it back to this tonight. So we're not negotiating the next one.
No.
That's a ways off yet. So I'm sure there will be ample discussion about that term, what the attributes might look like of a community benefits agreement. So for tonight, we're just talking about this year's. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like I'm guessing the inclination is to not be supportive of entering into, you know, a codified relationship on this year's plan. That is the sense that I am getting from the commission. So, I mean, that doesn't preclude, the abatement is still in place for this year. That does not stop Graphic from taking any steps that they think are appropriate and helpful and desire to do during this year. But we're not going to, I'm just surmising that we are not going to then say, this is it, and sign off on it. So relative to that, if I'm reading it right, a way that we can deal with it is just say, okay, we'll just postpone this indefinitely then.
Yeah. So,
Commissioner Pradel.
I think the part that I struggle with that is if you say just table it indefinitely, what's to say, you know, you don't, what's to hold us to bring it up when the renewal comes up in the fall? Like, why couldn't you just tie it to say postponed until the vote occurs on the abatement renewal?
And that gives them 6
Well-
months to come back with something different.
Because there's no obligation for Graphic Packaging to come back in 6 months.
But we're in a relationship. That's the determining factor. We're in a relationship, are we not?
You know, we're a
So,
member of the
Commissioner
community.
Juarez, just want to keep this. Attorney Robinson, did you?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, the ball is in Graphic Packaging's court whether they want to continue the abatement.
Yeah.
And I don't
Which
know
is
whether
another
they've-
topic, yeah.
And I don't know whether they've made a corporate decision on that or not.
Yeah, but that's that. So,
But you couldn't,
I just wanted to get back to Commissioner Pradel's point about,
but I mean, guess what I'm saying is, like, you couldn't say, like, pending their agreement to come back at the table, it would be occur when the vote happens for the renewal. You know, it's not necessarily saying when that date is, it's not necessarily saying they for sure agree to do so, but if they're willing to come to the table and work with us in the steering committee to come up with a more robust approval, we would ask that it would occur whenever the vote happens for the next abatement renewal. Like, I guess I'm struggling, you couldn't motion to do that.
I mean, I suppose you could, but then we're talking about next year's plan, not this year's plan. This year's will have passed by that point.
Could you vote to
Retroactive?
could you vote to remove it from this year, and then have a second vote that says this is when we'd want it to occur if they were agreeable to?
Well, there's a lot of contingencies in that. And to the mayor's point, the matter before the commission tonight is this agreement. And as the mayor's indicated, there doesn't seem to be a lot of support for this agreement. So I doubt that this agreement is going to return to the commission unless it's substantially changed. And so that's why I suggested postponing it indefinitely. You basically kill this, and let's see what happens in September and October of this year. Whether or not Graphic Packaging wants another abatement, and for how long they might wish that. And if they want something, what are they willing to indicate in terms of a community benefit agreement after they've had the benefit of more input, both from the community liaison that they've said they've already hired. They will have input from the commission, because the managers asked for your input as to, because what we don't want is to return to these chambers, the second meeting in October, only to find ourselves in the same position. Because that's really when the deadline is. The last year, and I think even the year before, we had to have our information and what we were going to do in regard to the abatement to the state by the end of October. And then they in turn make their decision in December. So that's the deadline you're looking at, and we have historically looked at this in one of the meetings in September or October in order to meet that October 30th or 31st deadline.
So
Vice Mayor.
I want to talk to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you heard the people talking earlier. You hear us talking. We are contributing a lot to this community, and we would like to see that continue. But we have deep concerns. People have deep concerns about the way your operation works in diminishing the life of the people in that community. So one of the things that I'm asking you is, what can you do to change that? Because that's the main thing that I'm concerned about, and that's what I think the people are concerned about. There's other things you can do about hiring people, about making it a better place to work, about doing DEI. But the fundamental thing is, what can you do to stop the odor and to stop the health effects in that community? And I think that's on you. You're going to have to figure that out. But I think that's the initial step that I think has to happen.
Yeah, so we've been working with Eagle on a consent order in regards to the odor concerns, and that will be coming out shortly, and that'll give some of the things that we have done and that we'll continue doing. The health study that's being done, we need to see that, so we can really understand, what are the measurements, what are the readings that Department of Health and Human Services and Eagle have found. Then we can react to that. And I think there's been some recent things on noise that Mayor Anderson has sent our way, and we had a very quick turnaround in addressing that. And I think the responses have been there. The response on odor, we've been doing things. We put chemicals in. It didn't work as well as we had hoped. Or our consultant said there's better, so we put new chemicals in our system. We've invested as part of our expansion program to include things that would work with the city, the water treatment facility, to ensure that the flow of water they're going to them will help them succeed in reducing H2S. So there's things that we're doing right now that we've talked about. In an area around the facility, we bought some dilapidated buildings. We removed 17,000 tons of hazardous materials out of that area. So some things we've done in building a relationship. We didn't promote it, we didn't talk about it, we just did it. So I think our history on doing those things it is a good indicator of what we're going to do going forward. The feedback we're going to get from the community is some of this information is not available. Some of there's concerns, and until we understand what the readings that come back from that study, we can't really react to that, right, until we get that information. So that's what we're going to be looking at, and very anxious to get that study back. Okay, so that would inform the next stage of this process, right? But you got to keep in mind that on odor, we are accountable to Eagle, also the community, but also Eagle is, and that's where that got moved off the site. We're already accountable to one regulatory body to address those issues. Anything that comes out of that study, if there's things that we need to address, we'll be accountable to Eagle and Department of Health and Human Services, along with the community. And so those are things we're going to do. We just can't react today without the information, right?
Manager Ritzma?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add another thought to this. I think that might help us as we work towards whatever that 6-month period is. And the idea is we don't take this to you on the night you're going to vote on it. Right. We have committee of the whole meetings, so we can have a committee of the whole 2 weeks before this comes to you, so there's times for check-in and feedback, so we're not kind of running blind into a meeting. So just put that out there too.
Yeah, good.
Anything else for the good of the order on this particular item? Is there an inclination to postpone this? If there is, I'll need a motion. No inclination to postpone. Okay. Commissioner Pradel.
I just think by inclination to postpone it, I'm struggling with the fact that it's not tied to, I'm just worried that if you just say it's postponed indefinitely, what's to hold us to make sure that Community Benefits Agreement 2.0 doesn't come forward? I'm struggling to understand why, I get we have to make an action on this particular item on our agenda, but I'm struggling to understand why we can't say we would like to have the target to have the next proposal to us by this date, or this meeting, or that next. Can you maybe help me understand a little bit better why that's not possible, or if there's not some sort of a parliamentary maneuver to do that?
Well, there's no real parliamentary maneuver to do that because you're acting on this act. What you're asking to do is give direction to the manager to say, hey, bring something. If you're going to consider, graphic number one, if graphic packaging wants an additional years on their abatement, then there should be a community benefits agreement that's, I don't want to say tied, but comes with that, and that we want to see that by the first meeting in September, or the second meeting in September, so you have an opportunity to consider it before that end of October deadline that the state requires. That doesn't have to be put in the motion. No. It has nothing to do with whether you're going to approve this particular agreement or not. It's just giving direction to the manager and his staff as to, okay, here's what we want to see. And you guys do that all the time, very informally, if you will. And I mean, Mr. Ritzman's been sitting here with his ears wide open. I think he gets the gist of where things are going.
So, why can't we just let this die? There's no motion to approve this. Why don't we just let it die? We do that a lot of times. And then we have an understanding, and in 6 months, we want to come back and talk about this again.
I thought that there was no motion, okay.
There's been no motion.
Okay, I slid right over from comments, I guess, into discussion without doing that. So there we go.
Well, there's been no opportunity for public comment either. So you just
Good point. Okay.
I think that graphic would deserve some sort of guidance by this body or the city manager moving forward without such a motion.
Okay, is there any,
And that was the feedback I requested from you all as we start into this next iteration.
any more questions for city staff? Sorry, sir, let that get away. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. My question for Clyde is, could the commission just provide a 6-month extension to review the existing agreement being updated?
Well, the new agreement would be tied, if there is, it would be tied to a new, would be tied to a new abatement term. So I don't know what, if you want to postpone this for 6 months, you can do that. It's not gonna, again, this agreement is not coming back.
Correct.
In 6 months' time, this is not gonna be, it's not gonna be like Lazarus and come back.
Correct. But there wouldn't be any, I guess, legal components that would not allow, as Commissioner Pradel said, 6-month extension for updating, quote unquote, the current CBA to the next level.
No, that's one. I guess there's a reason why I didn't say postpone for 6 months, because now you're postponing it for a date uncertain, and then under parliamentary rules, it comes back on your agenda in 6 months.
Correct.
What's the point of that? Because this agreement is not going to pass muster. So why do that? I mean, it has no practical aspect to it. That's why I suggest either postpone indefinitely, which is, again, a parliamentary tool. You kill something without having to actually vote on it. Or the other thing is, it can die for want of a motion.
There you go.
Or die for want of a second.
Correct.
That's another,
Yeah.
it's just not considered. Now, that technically, that means it can come back at some subsequent meeting if a commissioner wants to bring it back. But I doubt that that's going to happen either.
Hopefully my question was helpful.
Any more questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this item? It's item H2. Please come to the podium, give us your name, and whether you live in the city. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I think if graphic packaging is a very honest employer, we will take their word. They will come back to the abatement or come back to the city commission with something to help our community out. I've lived in my Northside community all my life. That's all I've ever known. I would hope the gentleman would realize that what would happen if your mother lived in that community all her life. She worked hard, she struggled, and that was the only home that she ever had. And she had a industry, not because of graphic, it was Brown Company before, it had been different companies, that graphic happened to inherit some of these things. We're not blaming you for the creek that runs under graphic that we know that is pretty well polluted. There's a small creek that runs under that place. We're not blaming you for those things. We're asking you as a gigantic industry just to be a good partner with us. We're not trying to bleed you dry. That makes no sense. Your union doesn't bleed you dry. You go in, you guys communicate, you come out, you have an agreement. You kind of look at us as a partnership, a private partnership with you, like a union would. Okay? We're just saying we're tired of being the brunt of the backlash. Your Edwards substation lights are so bright, I can see them in my upstairs window at night. There's no blockage for it. I haven't complained. Your trucks run all the time. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what you make money with. But you're also making 80% of all the recyclables in the country. Okay, we're proud of that. We want to be proud of that with you. But like I said, put it in your parents' backyard. Put it in your neighborhood. See how you would like that on a daily basis. And for the commission, real quick, I wish maybe we can tie in down the road with graphic, that we can start getting the penetrator to where it can go south and get that taken care of. That would help them out as an industry, and that would help out our local industry on the north side, and that would help out the north side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, is there a motion to adopt the ordinance? Oh, I already jumped ahead to the next one. Is there a motion to approve the community benefits agreement? See none? This motion dies for lack of support. Appreciate everyone's hanging with us here and staying deeply involved. Means a lot.
So we have a few more items here on our regular agenda, don't we, Manager Ritzma?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Next
let's go
up
on to
is
H3.
H3, adoption of an ordinance authorizing water supply system revenue bonds, Series 2022B, in an amount not to exceed $5 million. And our CFO, Steve Vicenzi's here. Steve, do you have a presentation, or you want to say anything before?
Yeah, I don't have a presentation, but I'm here for questions. But I do have one note that I'd like to correct in the ordinance. We were made aware of this earlier today, and there is some language on page 15. It's about the third line from the bottom where it references the Open Meetings Act as temporarily modified by Governor Whitmer's Executive Order number 2020-129. Not necessarily substantive to the overall ordinance, but we will be making a correction to that and removing that line because that temporary ordinance or temporary order is no longer in effect. So beyond that, I don't have any other changes, but I am here for questions.
Questions? All right, seeing none. Does anyone in the audience like to comment on this item? It's item H3. Please come to the podium, state your name and whether you live in the city. You'll have 3 minutes. Seeing no comments, recommended action is a motion to adopt the ordinance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Juarez,
A second.
supported by Commissioner Hess. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none. Good Clerk Borling, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Decker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Praedel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item H3 is approved. Manager Ritzma.
Item G8 is approval of a contract with Anlon Corporation for the 2022 Sidewalk Improvement Program in the amount of $1,152,771.
Thank you very much, Manager Ritzma. I don't suppose there's, do you have any staff that want to make any comments on this?
Yeah, Commissioner Decker and I spoke this earlier today, and she was inquiring about the sidewalks that would be built in this program. So, Commissioner Decker, I have Director Baker prepared to come forward and talk about that.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll keep this quick. I agree the sidewalks do need to be improved. You guys have been doing a great job on the ones that you've worked on. Mine was just more to let the residents know what sidewalks you're going to be fixing in what areas. Going to be in the Edison neighborhood, north side, east side. Where do you plan on doing these sidewalks?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Decker. Good evening, Your Honor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, City Commission. This is a program that has been in place since 2017, and I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a philanthropic program in place thanks to the Foundation for Excellence, and that this is something that we've really had a great opportunity to be able to deliver on. We program approximately $1 million per year to both new construction sidewalk as well as gap sidewalk. That's places where there's sidewalk on either end, but there's something missing in the middle, and then sidewalk kind of repair and replacements where there was sidewalk, but it needs substantial repairs, 1 or 2 squares at a time to reconnect that area. Our work focus is kind of driven by Imagine Kalamazoo, or IK 2025. It's also informed by neighborhood plans. Then within that, we prioritize neighborhood nodes, connectivity to schools, and places of interest. So every one of these sidewalk program locations is kind of built back towards those neighborhood plans. And then, like everything we do, including street paving, there is more need in the community than what we can address annually. So this program that we have in front of you today is work that is going to occur within the North Side neighborhood, within the Vine neighborhood, within the Oakwood neighborhood, and within Millwood neighborhood. And there's, I can give you a list of streets if you need, and it's about 4 miles of work that we're able to do.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering where they were going and what areas were going to be affected. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions for staff? Commissioner Pradel?
Yeah, Director Baker, I was just going to ask you as well. So I know there are areas like last year where Arcadia neighborhood got full stretch sidewalks, added or replaced or whatever. And then like I know in Millwood, the streets that were when you're a few streets away where it was kind of more piecemealed. So if you're like a resident trying to understand that, how do you decide which ones get kind of more like the piecemealed where it's like the worst chunks and which ones get like full-fledged replacement? And then I was just kind of curious too, like in terms of strategy, why do you choose, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just trying to get a better understanding so if people in the community wonder this, how do you make the decision to do the bits and pieces versus doing the full stretch sidewalk replacement so it's just all new and all fresh on a street? Does that make sense?
No, that's a good question. I'm sure community members have. So, we're always trying to maximize or optimize value within the community. And so when we look at a large stretch, 2 of the streets that we're going to do this year in Millwood are Royce and Miles. And Royce is a pretty large street. It's over a mile from Lover's Lane, then east, you hit Portage Road, keep going east, you hit Moreland, keep going east, go all the way down to the end in Penway. And so that sidewalk is both sides of the road. It's pretty good condition as it sits. However, there's just a lot of tree heaves, there's a lot of damage. And so it's got good bones from sidewalk, speak, so to say, and it just needs some reinvestment. And so we're able to kind of invest and optimize our dollars and go through square by square and square and revitalize that sidewalk on Royce and make that sidewalk functional for schools and neighborhood nodes and everything that folks would like to use it for. There's some other locations where the sidewalk is just not there, or the structural integrity of the sidewalk is just not supportive of us doing 1 or 2 squares at a time.
No issue. I'll have to ask you to leave if you can't wait for your time. Any more questions for staff? So I'm going to do like I've been here so long, but Vice Mayor Cooney will remember this, when we had 0 in our sidewalk budget. And that wasn't just 1 year, that was year in and year out. So this is a miracle to me that we are talking about doing all this sidewalk work. When we came out of Imagine Kalamazoo 25 and talk about walkability, we're doing that in neighborhoods across the city. Amen. Thank you for that. I appreciate the work. I know it doesn't look as nice to have a new piece of concrete and then a dirty piece of concrete instead of having a whole new sidewalk, but it's about functionality and usability and taking away trip hazards and making sure that it's safe and easy to shovel. So, there you go. Anything else on this item? Any questions? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, Commissioners, the requested action is a motion to approve the contract and authorize the city manager to sign all related documents on behalf of the city. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Juarez,
Second.
supported by Commissioner Decker. Any other discussion? Yes. Here we go. Now is the opportunity for anyone to comment on this item. Please come to the podium, state your name, whether you live in the city, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I guess I only have 3 minutes, so tell me when my time is up. But a lot of this discussion tonight is concerning issues that are just travesties. We need to help those people on the east side where the pollution is so bad. That is more serious to me than helping out sidewalks and sports and things like that. We need to put first things first, and you're not doing it. Why, I don't know, but there must be some transparency that you're not overlooking, seems to me. Well, I can't think of much more to say, but I really believe this has been a travesty of justice. Sorry.
Thank you. Next, please.
All right, I know. Come on. Hello, my name is Benjamin Stanley, 1008 West North Street. My neighbor's back there representing. I was really hoping she would get up and talk during the packaging stuff. Sidewalks, I really hope that it's possible where we can think about bikeability, because I don't want to bring up the people that have got hit by cars so many times around here, but the city has been talking for a really long time about parking and just like thinking down the road. Sidewalks don't get changed, but what, every 100 years? I mean, it's a long time. The sidewalks in my neighborhood have been there since they got put in. They've never been replaced. So when we're thinking about sidewalks, I would really encourage you guys to think about like how we're getting around town, access to bus stations, like the little like, what do you call it? Like people that are on their wheelchair going from the sidewalk to the bus comes down to the curb, and then there's like, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff. There's a guy that works at the library. He's really into biking. Just to make sure that conversation is happening, that we're not missing this opportunity to do everything that we can with sidewalks. I'm really happy to hear that things are happening with sidewalks. I really like the 6-foot wide ones, or even the like 8-foot wide ones, because when you're sitting or standing and you're walking and you're talking with someone and then someone's coming the other way, you gotta like, I don't know, it's real awkward. But when you're like downtown by Shakespeare's and the sidewalk's really wide, it just leads to like better, I don't know. I know you can't make all the sidewalks 8-foot wide, but it's really cool. But just to think about walkability, imagine Kalamazoo 25, to think about alternative forms of transportation, thinking about like where the water mains are right now, not water mains, where the leaves come down and they plug the things, and then I got to stop my car and like kind of kick the leaves out because nobody wants to drive through it because it's like 4 feet, 4 inches of water, and then I'm like, come on guys, it's just water, it won't hurt you. Just thinking about that kind of stuff. I don't know if there are things that we can do. Anyways, I'm sure he knows all this stuff, but just to bring it up. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Jeff Messer, city resident. As you, all of you should know, I walk city sidewalks quite a bit and have been for years. That's something that Western gets the blame for that. When I was a student there, they created a pedestrian campus in the 1970s, and I lived in Eldridge Fox, and I had to walk 10 minutes just to get to the business college, much less to get to Brown Hall, a 20-minute walk. So I've been walking city sidewalks for a long time, and I remember David talking years ago about there being zero in the sidewalk budget and sort of almost crying about it. So I'm appreciative of the Foundation for Excellence providing money to upgrade this critical infrastructure that serves the people who most need to be served. But public safety, we need a little bit of help from them too, because there are a lot of people that illegally park on city sidewalks all the time. Chief Coakley is in the audience. There's another police officer in the audience. I recently talked to Public Safety Officer Josh Pena. He said that there's a number of public safety officers that watch these meetings. So I asked Josh and everyone else, please, when you're just on patrol, when you're not responding to a call, and you see a vehicle parked on the sidewalk, please either knock on the door and ask them to get it off the sidewalk, or if they don't respond, please give them a ticket. It's a $20 ticket. It's not going to, be a big problem for them. But we really need if you want to help the pedestrians in Kalamazoo, we really need help from public safety to take sidewalk obstruction violations a lot more seriously. And I'm fully able-bodied. I'm not in a wheelchair. I mean, with the people in the wheelchairs, they gotta like go out in the street, even worse during the winter. So we would appreciate generally an improvement in the enforcement of sidewalk obstructions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to comment on this item? All right. Then I need a motion. Is that right? Do we have a motion already? I'm losing.
Yeah, we got it.
Losing it. Okay, we got the motion. Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Decker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes. Sorry to say, it's getting past my bedtime. All right. Manager Ritzma.
Yes, one more. Item G10, approval of the following reappointments to the Community Development Act Advisory Committee. First, the reappointment of Candace Howell as an at-large representative for a term expiring on March 31, 2024. Next is the reappointment of James Martin as an at-large representative for a term expiring on March 31, 2025. Next is the reappointment of Tammy Ray as an at-large representative for a term expiring on March 31, 2023. And finally, the reappointment of Margaret Wilson as a Vine Neighborhood Representative for a term expiring on March 31, 2023.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. I don't presume that you have any staff report on this item. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment?
Man, I'm short. Sorry. Hey, my name is Benjamin Stanley, 1008 West North Street, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49007. You guys are appointing the county commissioner to a board that gives money to an organization that Chris Pradel is the director of. You guys are appointing a county commissioner that appoints David Anderson to his position in county board stuff. It's interesting. I talked to Don a couple days ago. We had some coffee and some good conversations. And I was talking about how there's a club in Kalamazoo. All of you have canvassed. I saw you guys sign some petitions. That's cool. When you go door to door and you're talking to people, there's a lot of people that you don't know, which is normal. It's a big city. There's like 75,000 people here, like 250,000 about in the county. But then you knock on someone's door and you're like, I know you. You do all of this stuff. You're involved in all of these things. You're on that board. You're in this club. You're in the parade. And it's just interesting to me that once you're in the club, you are in the club. It's just interesting. I just want to point it out. I know that there are things that people that you can't put in certain positions based on conflicts of interest. I don't know what all those things are. But if they give you money and you give them money, and it's not your money, it's my money and other people's money, then it gets interesting, especially when more people get involved. And I hope more people get involved, because that's what makes community togetherness work. And when you do this stuff where all the media was here, they're gone now. Everybody knew they were here for the graphic packaging. Everybody knew that. and you put all these things afterwards. It's just interesting. I just want to bring attention to these facts that you guys were aware of when you were making the agenda. Strategy, narrative. I know it's going to get approved. Everybody already knew that. Just want to bring it up. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from anyone in the chambers on this item? Commissioner Ray, welcome.
Sammy Ray, I just wanted to note for the record and the public that I have been on CDAC far longer than I've been a county commissioner. This term or this reappointment is actually really late. This is my last term that I'm allowed to serve, and it ends next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone in the chambers? Appreciate it. All right, commissioners, I need a motion to approve the appointments that were described to us by Manager Ritzma. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Hess,
Second.
supported by Commissioner Hoffman. Any discussion? I don't see any discussion, so I will just say, just for clarification, this board, which is a volunteer board, does not get paid for their service, does not get paid by the city to be there or receive money to be there. This is I will just say this, we fill board positions all the time at the county and at the city, and those applications are out there, and I just want to say, thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone who is willing to do this grueling work of serving on boards and going to meetings and hashing through these decisions. I mean, you earn it by showing up and doing the work. So thank you, community volunteers. There's just tons of people who are unheralded that do this work on committee after committee after committee here at the city and the county as well. And I'm just saying, thank you. Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Juarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cooney,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Decker.
Thank you so much. The motion passes. Appreciate it. All right. Do we have any reports and legislation tonight?
Yes, one item tonight, Your Honor. And after 30-plus years in public service, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director Dorla Bonner will be retiring on June 3rd. She will leave a diversity, equity, inclusion plan for us to follow on our journey to becoming a diverse, equitable, and inclusive organization with the ultimate goal of being an anti-racist organization. I will be working on a transition plan for DEI and will share details later. I want to thank Ms. Bonner for her 11-plus years of service to the City of Kalamazoo, including 2 years as our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Manager Ritzma. I appreciate that. Clerk Borling?
No, Your Honor.
Just going to check in real quick. We got an election coming up, right? Anything you want to say about that?
Yes, we do. 2 weeks from tomorrow. And so absentee ballots are available. If you're not voting absentee, check your voter registration status and your polling location if you have questions about that, and have a plan, and get out and vote.
Thank you very much, Clerk Borling. Now we are on the agenda we have an opportunity for commissioner comments. Commissioner Juarez?
Yeah. I just appreciate you guys. I appreciate the dialogue, and I also appreciate the concerns of the community. I appreciate how a city functions. But what truly makes a city a thriving city is the people. And man, I refer back to this every time when Commissioner Stephanie Hoffman says, when we make each other the priority, just imagine what we could do. And I believe in this chamber, we have those discussions to be able to do that. The perspectives we come from, the ability to come back to the table, not being divided by adversity, but being united by seeing a community thrive is beautiful. And I appreciate the candid conversations, the passion, you know, being able just to come back to the table every time. It's such a beautiful art. And I think we have that in this commission. And I believe the more we bring the concerns of the community to the table, bring the concerns of economic development, I mean, everything to the table, and have these candid conversations, the results we can create are beyond us. And so I just appreciate you guys dearly.
Thank you, Commissioner Juarez. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going on to order today, I see. Yes, I just have to echo what Commissioner Juarez said. You know, when we all work together, we're able to have these conversations here, I believe, because we really do respect each other, and we really do have in our hearts what is best for the residents of the city of Kalamazoo. I did want to give a quick little shout out to KDPS and their team. They worked in tandem with a couple other community leaders and organizations here within the city of Kalamazoo. I believe it was to, I think it was something to do with individuals on parole, but they were out there policing our city, definitely keeping the peace. Also for KDPS and the chief's team for being proactive in talking with the community leaders, especially with all the turmoil that was going on within the city of Grand Rapids. So I want to thank them for that. I did want to mention that we do now have a neighborhood navigator that I hear that has been hired. So I believe that, you know, some of the neighborhoods that are still working on getting their plans together, we do have someone now that will definitely be able to assist in that. Again, I had alluded earlier today regarding Water Week. I do say that, you know, Director Baker and his team do have some good things planned. So I think with the help of some commissioners here, you know, you're going to be seeing a lot of people here out within the next few weeks making some good things happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Pradel.
I feel like Water Week is going to be our like new Shark Week or something, you know. And just wanted to really make sure to lift up what Clerk Boylan was talking about the election on May 3rd. If you go to vote411.org, you just type in your address, and it'll pop up whatever's on your ballot. So here locally, got the Kalamazoo County Law Enforcement safety millage, and then also a KPS bonding proposal, which is a pretty significant one. If you see it, it's a big one. We just talked about investing in our kids. There's your opportunity. We get a number of emails from folks, and noticed an uptick of people reaching out, sending pictures, texting about areas where people are dumping things and just the enormous amount of litter. That always happens when the snow melts and people start to see what's on the ground that's collected over the winter. But I'll tell you, you know, let's just hold each other accountable to this. And, you know, if you're part of an organization or a business or whatever it is, if there's some opportunity that you can help us in that effort as a city, so you just don't say, hey, city, figure this out. We all got to figure this out together and work together to make sure that we have a beautiful city. And I think whether that means we're just walking downtown to grab coffee with a friend or something, and we see a piece of something just floating around the sidewalk, let's take it upon ourselves to grab it and pick it up and dump it in the trash. Because it's just too much for one city of Kalamazoo with 666 employees to keep up with. There was an area just on the northeast side where there's a huge dump, and city of Kalamazoo sent people out there, coordinated with the township, cleaned it up, and then the person who reached out 2 weeks before about the issue said there's already more stuff there than there was 2 weeks before. And that we need help from everybody to step in. And even if it's not your property or whatever, if you see it, if you can help your organization or business help us out, please do. And then last but not least, I know we had an estimate that we were going to receive $200,000 for the revenue sharing from cannabis. And we ended up receiving in 2021 $564,534. So as you can tell, much more than $200,000. And I guess one of my challenge, 25% of that is supposed to be set aside for social equity policy, but there are people in the city that are administering that work, namely the clerk's office, and I really hope that we look at those resources and try to support that effort in his office, because I know that that is a lot on their plate already, on a lot that they necessarily weren't anticipating, and I think, you know, we've got to figure out from that sustainability lens, and I think that would be a great way to use it. So I was just going to put that plug out there that maybe there's an opportunity with those funds to support the clerk's office's work. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Prado. Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. I just want to say this evening's meeting was another hot topic type of meeting. And what we saw here was the dialogue where we put people first, and we didn't just go along to get along because work had been done. I want to say that the work has been wonderful, and we can do better as a community. And so I really appreciate the dialogue, the back and forth, some of the guidance that we received today. And yet our community also knows that we're not going to just rubber stamp anything because it was done by the time frame in which it was said to be done. So I appreciate you all, and we'll continue working and applying that pressure. It takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of grit to do what we're trying to do in our community. And that's really to look at people, for people, and it's also to address the equities and inequities that have been happening for decades and decades. And so this is just one iota of what was going to be happening. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Hess.
A few quick things. First of all, congratulations and big love to Dorla Bonner on her retirement. Being retired myself, it's a new life. And Dorla, you can run for city commission. Oh, no, you don't live in the city. And then my sympathies and our sympathies to Charles, our security guard, who has lost his father this week. And our hearts are with you, Charles. One other thing, as we begin Earth Week here in Kalamazoo and in this country, remember there's a community engagement happening on April 27th virtually to engage about the proposed sustainability plan. And the Zoom link, it's from 5 to 6:30 on April 27th, and the Zoom link is available online on the city's main page. So please join us. Give us your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Vice Mayor Cooney.
I just want to thank my colleagues for all the good work that they did tonight and say I am so pleased to be a part of this commission.
We're pleased you're a part of it. One business item, and that is that we do need to start the process as a commission for replacing our great attorney to my left here, Attorney Robinson. And had some initial discussions with Manager Ritzma about it, and also our HR director, and some of you may know that she's been dealing with some issues in terms of some health challenges in her household, so that has kept her away a little bit. So I just want to make sure we keep her and her husband in our thoughts and prayers as well. But so they're dealing with that. So that all said, I do want to get started on this. We need to. It's going to take a little time, so I'll be talking to commissioners as far as putting just a little group together just to begin the process of getting started, but just want to remind everybody this is a decision that we all make together. So everyone is going to be deeply involved in this action, and we're just going to create the template for getting started on it and decide how we want to go about the work. So look forward to that, and we'll discuss that a little further, and hopefully we can put together the framework of a proposal about how we want to bring that back to the commission here so we can take action on that. Look forward to doing that work together. I love you, Kalamazoo. We're adjourned.